threats here, though, Hunter.
They do, yeah. That was kind of the risk of Phil. Kind of that's what he was thinking about with Yarborough back there. It was like, hey, do we push it up there, get in that bunker? Do we take the risk of trying to carry it, or do we just lay up? Right. That's for these guys. Laying up on a par 5 is somewhat, against their nature. But you put a wedge in their hand, you put a bunch of wedges in their hand this week, they're going to make a ton of birdies.
This hole, by the way, the 10th, was one of 4 holes 8 years ago to play under par. And by measurement, it is the longest hole on the golf course. Its stock yardage is 592. It plays 1 less than that here today.
Yeah, it's about probably 8 yards downhill from tee to green. Phil's got kind of a tricky putt. He's got a little bit putting over a slight mound, and then it's really going to go to the right. So let me test it a little bit early here.
And Hunter, he only had about 260 yards to carry that bunker. He must have mishit that 3-wood just a little bit, because I think he was trying to chase something up there, maybe like 10, 15 yards short of the green. But like you said, this putt now just kind of, there's a little hip on the right side of this green where he's kind of walking right there, and it starts going downhill, but left to right pretty much the whole way.
Yeah, with all the rain they've gotten the last couple of days, it's probably hasn't been the easiest thing to do to kind of judge your speed. I mean, they've been working really hard to get these greens quicker and quicker and get that moisture out of them. So I gotta think they're going to be at a little different speed today than what they've been used to the last few days.
Long putt here for Mickelson, fellas. Oh, what an effort. Stop just short, and he'll tap in for par.
One of the few, maybe the only player using a blade putter. Everyone's got some sort of mallet, some tricked out thing that does all kinds of crazy things for you. And he's got this old school blade that there's nothing fancy about it.
This putt from J-Day, very makeable, guys. Uphill, right to left. This is a pretty nice spot to be putting from.
Just inside 20 feet, Graham.
And this would be a nice way to start the day. This is not a gimme par 5, but when you start on a par 5, you want to get a full right out of the gates and get rolling.
And just tucked in on the near side for him. Tap in par for Day. Of the early move here at Quail Hollow, Ryan Fox is gone 2 under through 4. And Luke Donald with JT Poston and Noren are all 1 under. Here's Fleetwood, Graham.
A great look here, uphill, a little left to right.
And Tommy Fleetwood on the rim.
Just short. I mean, the last every guy just a roll short. Guys getting a little comfortable with the speed of the greens. Probably a little surprised how they just didn't roll out as best they could.
Mickelson tapped in, so we got pars across the board here at the 10th, the first for this group. And the next hole, Hunter, 465 yards. The par 4 11th. 8 years ago, it was the 11th hardest hole on this golf course.
Two bunkers on the left side there. The first one really not in play for those guys, but the second, about a 320-yard carry, a little bit uphill. Big green, lots of landing area today. The pin is going to be kind of middle left, kind of hugging that bunker over there. You see that ridge. You kind of want to fly just right over that ridge and give yourself a good look for birdie, but you're really going for the center of the green on this hole today.
And here is Mickelson.
Yeah, and I think the perfect line is probably on the right edge of that first bunker, maybe just right of it. For Phil, obviously, that's just a little baby cut. Not a breath of wind right now. This started up.
Coming up the right side, just hanging on. Looks like I say just in the fairway, soft fairways. These guys know they're not going to get much roll today, so they got to make sure they got to adjust their lines just slightly and make sure it's more about the carry right now and not the kind of the end distance, the usual 20 yards of roll they usually get. Going to the way right side of the tee here. Tommy, a pretty consistent drawer of the ball.
This ball started up the left and moving left, guys. That's going to find one of the two bunkers, I'm pretty sure.
Ooh. Fleetwood has missed both fairways in the first two holes to the left. And now Day, who's got 3 top 10s this year, including an 8th at Augusta.
Yeah, it's been in good form in the last probably 2 years. 4th last year at the Truist Championship here. Right side of that tee. Oh, going with a little fade. Kind of hitting over the trees. It doesn't look like it's fading. Him and Fleetwood are playing cart golf together.
Yeah. So
Hitting over there.
Mickelson to the right, Fleetwood and Day to the left as they begin the walk at the 11th. All 3 in our feature group, even through the first. And we play on a Thursday morning at Quail Hollow in a moment.
Pop quiz. What is the nickname of Charlotte, North Carolina?
I have no idea.
I have no clue.
I have no idea.
What is the nickname of Charlotte, North Carolina?
The Queen City.
Nailed it.
I went to Wake.
I know, but not a lot of guys
It took
got
me
that.
9 years to graduate, but I think I got that one.
Will Zalatoris on the money. There's a look at Uptown Charlotte. We welcome you back to feature group coverage here on ESPN Plus with Hunter Mahan, Graham Dillette, Wes Durham. Delighted to have you with us for our walk with Phil Mickelson and Jason Day and Tommy Fleetwood here this morning at Quail Hollow. And Fleetwood finds himself, both he and Jason Day, over on that left side, Graham. And both are in the bunker, and Mickelson hanging on the cut line on that first 3/4 inch section of rough on the right fairway.
I don't think I'm going to be able to fly 696 into the wind.
And let's listen in to Phil and John Yarborough.
5 might bring long into play, but yeah, if it goes long, it's fine. It just at least. Yeah, if I just let this get up in the air, I think it'll be fine. Don't you?
Agreed. Go him a little bit right to left.
Looks like they're going with the 5-iron. Kind of want to get it up in the air.
Sit.
Looks like he turned it over and kind of going right edge of the green. Yeah, just hit right of it, kicked over there.
My bad.
Phil said, my bad. He's got a lot of green to work with over there in his short game. It's really not going to be probably too much of a problem.
Jason Day and Tommy Fleetwood both over in the neighborhood of these bunkers on the left.
Yeah, the good thing with these bunkers, there's not a big lip to them, so there's really nothing in front of them. And he steps in just a few feet, so the lip, getting it out, getting it up in the air is just not an issue. It's just they have not a great angle. They have to go over a bunker to get to this flag, so they're looking right at this flag and just trying to make sure they give themselves a putt. 166 in the hole.
Oh, wow. What a
Yeah,
shot.
That was a great shot. Yeah, there's those bunkers. I mean, they're awesome. There's not a whole lot of sand in them. There's no lip to be concerned about. So players of this caliber, I don't think they would rather be in those bunkers than the rough.
Boy, Tommy Fleetwood locked in, Hunter.
Oof.
I mean, he may not know how good that shot is.
He may not. He may not. Stop pretty quick too, right? You heard it bounce again. It kind of looked like it was going to go, and then it checked. It's a great look for birdie already on 11.
Jason Day out of the same trap. That will get to the right. Ooh, and in the thick. So Mickelson and Day to the right of this par 4 11th. And Tommy Fleetwood's going to have a heck of an opportunity at birdie from above the hole. Talking to Dillette on the way up the road there. Is that what Day's doing?
I guess he is.
Yeah. Don't forget the next PGA Championship comes up next May. We'll be at Wanamaker in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania, right outside Philadelphia. You can register for tickets today at PGAChampionship.com/register. And registration closes soon, so take care of it today. Classic track. Boy, Philadelphia's become the site, obviously, last week in the PGA Tour. We were talking yesterday. You would have liked to crack at the cricket club, huh? That's your kind of classic course, huh?
It's a heck of a golf course, man. I mean, it looked amazing on TV, and just great subtleties so that you can kind of see the past kind of coming live on TV with that little modern twist and everything. It's awesome.
All right, so here's where we are at the 11th. Fleetwood, who left a 16-foot birdie putt on the edge at 10, is going to be a step closer here at 11. And you see Mickelson and Day will have to do some work off the green.
Great job, Tommy.
Who do you think, Jason? Okay.
Just like you do on the weekends. Is it me or is it you?
Yeah, Phil kind of, I love Phil around the greens. He's always just kind of stalking the shot, right? He's always looking to make everything. When he gets inside 50 yards, he's looking at how's this ball going to get in the hole. He's got to find his landing area. Kind of, you always want to land the ball sort of on a flat spot. You don't want to land it up into any sort of slope where you're not really sure how it's going to react. Phil loves his 60, 64 degree wedges. I think it's going to be back in the stance a little bit.
And down the hill they go.
Looks like he just didn't land it really where he wanted to. Kind of, I'm sure he's very disappointed in that shot. That was pretty, I don't say basic, but a simple shot with a lot of green to work with for him.
Phil will have that for the par. Now Jason Day.
Good view of the slope that they're kind of hitting over. You can't really see much below Jason's knees there. Kind of a big higher shot, kind of flying it much further up there. And he makes it. That was so nice. He took such a little different, I mean, he carried that way up over the mound, wanting to land it on a little flatter spot, and he's not even surprised. He's like, well, yeah, I went in. That's what I do. Look how high that shot is. Yeah, he carried it over all the slope and everything else, and it just rolled in like a putt.
Into red numbers goes Jason Day with a pitch shot of about 77 feet for birdie. And Tommy Fleetwood, who had a pretty good roll at the birdie at 10, now has a chance here at 11 for birdie.
Should just, I mean, it's pretty flat. Then maybe go right at the hole, but really not too much in this putt.
John, I think I need your help on this one.
Well, we didn't really see anything on that putt, unfortunately. Oh, just hammered it right through the break. I think it was just kind of a left edge putt, and he just basically smoked it through. Didn't even give it a chance to move. Boy, that is the worst feeling. You know, you just stiffed it out of the bunker, and great opportunity, and now you've just making life hard on yourself. You don't want to have a bunch of 3-footers here at a major. Phil calling in John Yarbrough to do a little aim point.
compare notes here, Hunter, on stuff like this with your caddy? I mean, if one guy goes to another process to what you do, you kind of draw another line of thought. Is that what happens?
Yeah, this is something you guys, you kind of work with your caddy and you practice, like how you guys read the greens. What do you see versus what they see? And sometimes, like Phil said, Phil's like, I want you to come and take a look at this. He was a little confused. There's really not, I think they're kind of right on the spine of this putt. There's really not much there. And when that's when you call on somebody else, because you're like, wait a minute, I don't see anything. And that's always like almost an uncomfortable feeling for a player.
A 12.5 feet here from Mickelson. And he gets it. So the 13-foot putt, if you will round up. Mickelson saves par, but Jason Day is in with the birdie here at 11, and now Fleetwood to try and clean up the putt to stay even as well.
How pure was that putt, man? You just, I mean, just like I said, there's no excuses this week. This is just about executing and who's going to do that. There's no, I mean, it's just about bombing drivers down there. It's about getting in position, and these greens are just so pure. You see Phil, I mean, that it almost felt like he just barely hit that. And the thing just rolled and rolled and rolled, and these greens have zero imperfections on them.
Fleetwood rolls it in to stay even. So Jason Day becomes the first of our threesome here to go into red numbers. Tommy Fleetwood is even, so is Phil Mickelson, both saving par at the 11th. And now we move on to the par 4 12th, playing today 468 yards. Hunter?
Par 4 12 downhill. It's the hole you can hit 3-wood driver, whatever you feel more comfortable with. The hole kind of works a little bit kind of left to right. Placed 13 yards downhill, then the second shot placed just a few yards uphill. Green really sloping kind of left to right, kind of a 2-tier green. You've got that 20-25 pace of the green goes kind of uphill, and it kind of goes away from you a little bit. They're going to want to work that a lot of different pins on all the corners of this green.
To your point, the pin's 34 on. You see 5 from the right as Jason Day goes to work here at the 12th.
Yeah, really not much room behind that flag, right around that flag. You're gonna have to go left. JD with the driver on this hole.
8 years ago, the field only hit this fairway 47% of the time.
You can see where he's aiming. It looks like he's aiming over the tree. He's probably trying to hit it. Just a little fade. Looks like he loves it. Yeah, it's A1 right there. Left side of the fairway. It's going to have a great angle into that flag. That's perfect.
Boy, nice tee shot off the birdie for Day. It's his first fairway of the day. And here's Mickelson, who's been in the rough both of his first 2 holes as well.
Well, what a great save there by Phil. This thing hit hard, but maybe a little bit up the left.
Left rough for Mickelson.
Couldn't tell. That hit the tree. It should be just in the rough unless it hit the tree. Sorry?
Tommy Fleetwood. Almost like he's choking down on that driver a little bit.
This one up the right side, but starting to draw back. Should catch the fairway.
And it does, Graham. So Fleetwood and Day in the fairway. Mickelson in the left rough. Here at the par 4 12th. And of course, 50 years ago at Firestone, Nicklaus a winner. Tiger won 25 years ago. Phil at Baltusrol, Jason Day at Whistling Straits, Colin Morikawa at Harding Park. Who wins this year at Quail Hollow?
Now on the tee, from Australia, Jason Day.
The third time in the history of major championship golf that anyone has reached 19 under. Day's performance, becoming the first player in the history of the game to finish a major championship at 20 under par. A phenomenal talent and a major champion.
What sweet memories for Jason Day. And of course, a moment ago here at the 11th. Pretty good start to this year's PGA. Couple of bounces, soft roll, Hunter. Nothing to it, right?
One of the best short games of his generation, for sure. I mean, everyone talks about the kind of the dead hands kind of motion, a lot of body and everything. It's just so solid. It's so good.
Of course, he's back with his longtime coach and friend Colin Swatton.
Oh, good.
And Colin's part of our group coverage here this week at Quail as well. He's got to be pleased seeing Jason make the 75-foot chip shot to go to 1 under. He is 2 back. Ryan Fox has added another birdie to go 3 under. Here's a look at the drives. Mickelson left rough. Fleetwood and Day found the fairway here at the 12th.
Yeah, J-Day with 161 here. Anything short of this hole will feed way back down and actually off this green. So you need to be left of this whole location unless it's the perfect distance here, Hunter.
Yeah, it's a really, yeah, like you said, you really got to dial in your distance and your line on this hole. You can hit your distance, but if it's a little right, it's going to hit that hill and even go off the green to the right. So probably aiming 20 feet, probably left of the tower right there. Love to just hit it super high fade.
Plays 3 uphill. This hits super clean and left of the hole, pretty much exactly as you'd expect if the distance is right.
And through. Off the back collar and down the slope behind the 12th for Jason Day.
Yeah, I don't know. It felt like he was a little in between clubs there. He kind of tried to smooth out it in there, and it kind of got a little flat on him. And it, boy, that took a hard bounce. I really think he executed that to kind of what he wanted to do. It just, the greens are firm, man. You heard it bounce. It's really got to be careful.
Let's get a look at his lie here, Graham.
It's sitting down a little bit. I mean, he can still get a lot of club on it. He's got 156, same thing, plays 3 uphill. You just have to be left of this hole. Just gives you so much more room for error. Came out low and hot, but just left of the hole.
Yeah, I mean, and for Phil, he's probably thinking, hey, do I want to be short of this flag? Do I want to, or do I want to, if I hit it a little bit long, I'm chipping back uphill. Gonna have a pretty simple shot. That, to me, for that, that's a birdie opportunity for Phil. I think he kind of likes where that is.
Fleetwood's been around the hole. The first 2 hadn't been able to make their birdie putts.
Well, and that second shot that he hit out of that bunker in the last was so good, you guys. This is a pitching wedge. 150 plays up 3, 153 hole. You got to play for one big bounce, as you guys have seen. This absolutely flushed. Same thing, left of the tower.
Wow.
And that is just off the back collar for Fleetwood.
And where that landed, that looks like it landed short of the hole, kind of right where they're looking. It's just going to be, I mean, it's just going to be a brutal pin today. It's pretty obvious in the way it's only going to get probably firmer and faster. It's going to get warmer. The ball's really going to start flying. That was, but that's where you want to miss it, right? You don't want to miss it long. You don't want to miss it short and having put over that mound. And you know, you can only do what you can do sometimes in majors. You just got to execute.
Lesser of 2 evils is the back then.
Absolutely, you're chipping back up into the hill. There's kind of less slope, and it's just a little simpler shot. You don't want to be chipping up and over these mounds. It's going to be so hard to judge the distance and the bounce and the spin. And you're chipping back into the wind, even though it's slight. That still helps.
So as these guys work their way to the 12th green, how about a look at the big board? Ryan Fox has gone to 3 under. You see Alex Noren 2 under, and then a pack of guys at 1. And of course, the last non-American to win the PGA Championship was Jason Day 10 years ago.
How about that?
Yeah. And you see Minwoo Lee is there. Rasmus Højgaard has been a story in this PGA Tour season so far too. He's off to a 1 under start.
Making the transition to play this tour more, which is a big deal. I mean, when you haven't played these courses, it's a cultural experience for these guys to coming over. But he's a stud, solid player, young, a lot of talent. You saw it in the Ryder Cup last year, 2 years ago.
You see Fleetwood, another sub 20-foot birdie putt here. Mickelson and Day just off the back of the green here at 12.
And Phil definitely with the easier of the 2 shots. Jason's ball sitting down slightly here with a tiny bit less green to work with. It's going to take some pretty good touch from J Day. I think Phil, I mean, it's pretty standard. He could probably hole his.
Well, Day did at 11, right? You missed the fairway off the tee here. This hole played a half shot harder 8 years ago.
Yeah, you can see how much it runs away from you and how it just, you're landing on a downhill line, and then once it gets off the green, it goes straight downhill.
As soon as this thing pitches on the green, it's going to go hard left as well. So you got to play a lot of break actually in this pitch shot.
Oh, pretty. It's going to slide by, but that looked pretty well done.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Tell you what, guys, this overseed rye around these greens, it gives players so many options. I mean, it's very, very playable depending on how it's sitting. I mean, you can hit so many different types of shots. Spinners, high, soft ones, really easy. You can kind of hit like the little mini bunker shots. You can pitch and run. It's very playable.
It's really thick, isn't it, Graham? I mean, there's that overseed. There's just, you can see it looks like a carpet out there. Look at that ball sitting up for Phil's shot. You're going to get some Ball's sitting up, so you got to make sure you don't let it too high on the face, and you might get something that sit down. You really got to be really good at reading the lies.
There's not many guys better in the world than this one right here. I would give that probably a C. I mean, I think he was trying to make it, but man, you got to get that up and down. That was a pretty simple pitch.
Yeah, exactly. Just got away from him. You know, he's been a little bit off on the last hole. Kind of didn't get enough. Looks like he didn't hit his landing spot. This one, he might have kind of flown it past it.
When does he not try to make those shots, though, guys?
Yeah, no, he's insanely aggressive. I mean, he only sees golf kind of one way: is how am I going to make this shot? How's it getting in the hole? You know. Tommy's taking the flag out. I mean, he sees this as a putt.
And I think it rolled just far enough out that he couldn't putt it. Thought he had a better chance of holding it with a wedge.
Well, almost. I think he's surprised it stopped based on what he saw the first two do, right?
Exactly. I mean, the way Phil's kind of ran out, I think Tommy was expecting a little bit less check and just a little bit more roll, just letting it go out to the hole. So left to below the hole, though. He'll get his, more than likely get his par and get out of there.
Sometimes it's about survival, Hunter, rather than advancing. Like advancing the score, you just survive to get the par and move, right?
There's always those moments during a round where it might be, well, you hope it's very brief, but you've got those moments where a few holes where you're just trying to keep it together, you know, no matter what's going on. I just got to keep it together. I'm playing fine. Plenty of holes, plenty of opportunities.
So Mickelson here for par. Anything in this, Graham?
Well, he knows exactly what it did as it went past the hole. I mean, just a little bit of left or right, which is nice for a left-handed putter. Back up the hill slightly.
And he missed it.
Boy, immediately didn't like it. Didn't like his start line. Toe must have closed a little early on that. Right off the face. Right off the, I mean, never got it online.
As long as we watched him play, Hunter, he knows before everybody else does, seemingly. Right?
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, he knows this course extremely well. There's no surprises to any of these players about, you know, how it's going to play and what the greens are going to do. It's just executing, and that was clearly just a bad putt.
Day for the par. And he has it.
Phil knows he just kind of gave a half a shot away to the field there. I mean, this is not really a really challenging hole, and he played it, you know, didn't hit the fairway, but you played it long, right where you should have, on a pretty simple pitch, and I mean, he just felt like he just gave one away there.
And Fleetwood to try and stay even. And does. So 3 holes in. Jason Day 1 under. Tommy Fleetwood is even, and Phil Mickelson with the bogey putt ends up at 1 over. And a reminder to you that you can watch featured holes and follow 4 different groups on ESPN Plus. And you get a look at the groups going this morning. Of course, you got Koepka, Fowler, and Lowry. And then McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, and Scotty Scheffler, and John Rahm with Patrick Cantlay and Matthew Fitzpatrick. And you get a look at 16, 17, and 18. I guess that'd be the Green Mile holes, the featured Green Mile camera. And they'll get you covered on the back and probably the most infamous / famous holes here at Quail Hollow. And we go to 13, and it was written earlier this week that if 16, 17, and 18 are the Green Mile, then 13, 14, and 15 are the prisoner's last meal. And we start with a par 3, which is going to play to the card. The stock number 205 today, Hunter.
205, plays about 6 yards uphill. Maybe a little bit of helping wind right now. That flag kind of tucked middle left over there. So guys, once again, probably going to aim right edge of that bunker right there, trying to hit just right of the flag with good distance control, and don't want to go left. There's not much green left. If anything left, that flag's going to hit and kick left to even get further away from the hole. So just a nice high draw is a shot you want to hit here.
This is one of 2 holes, by the way, Graham, that was knocked off from a distance perspective since 2017. This has been shortened only 3 yards. First hole was shortened 19 yards, and Mickelson is at the tee box working on the form here.
He's still, that putt is still kind of lingering in the back of his mind. I watched some shots come into this green yesterday, guys, and I couldn't believe how firm it was landing. It's coming in a little bit flatter, obviously, because of the uphill, like Hunter mentioned. And there is a puff of wind here now, probably a 1 club wind, maybe half to 1 club wind down off the player's left.
And this is the only time, well, this is the first of 2 times on this side, and really on the whole golf course, where the wind plays in the same direction for consecutive holes.
Yeah, these holes move. This is why you have to have a good caddy and understand where you are, because you might think you're in the same direction, but just a little bit of different direction on the holes. If the wind's a little bit more off your right, you're not getting as much help. So you really got to make sure you take your time, talk to your caddy, figure out what you want to do, figure out where the wind is. It's very light, it's very soft right now, but it's going to matter.
Pin is 18 on 6 from the left for Jason Day.
Yeah, and like Hunter said, you want to keep this right of the hole. This coming in left of it, though. This is flirting with the left edge of the green, not where he wanted it.
And you see,
Just
not what he wanted, but actually a pretty decent result. He's going to be chipping right back up the hill. He's not in the thick rough. He's in that intermediate. He won't be too sad about it when he gets up there.
okay.
here's Fleetwood.
Yeah, and there's a big fall off, kind of a bowl on the right side of this green that will feed a ball well off the green if you kind of get it to that right third of the green. So it's like you want to play it safe and right of the hole, but you know that if you miss it right, then you got a really tricky up and down from down in the bowl there in that collection area. It's a 6-iron for Tommy.
Right side of the tee box again, probably trying to hit his patented draw. This should be a pretty stock shot for him. Just got to get it up in the air, get a little bit of that help.
He's done that pretty well. It's on a really good line, guys.
Ooh, terrific shot, Fleetwood. Below the hole, Hunter.
Boy, that stopped fast. I mean, I thought we were going to have a kind of an ace looking right at that hole, and it just stopped so quick for a shot really not even that high in a 6-iron. That was awesome.
So Mickelson finished therapy with his putter. What's he got here, Graham?
It's also a 6-iron for Phil. Probably trying to hit some sort of big high cut. The wind kind of more off the left right now than down. And that's exactly what he's done. He started it right of the hole, cutting back, and just right of it. This looks great.
And it is. Terrific shot from Mickelson. Trying to bounce back from the bogey at 12. Right around 13 to 15 feet for his birdie. Tommy Fleetwood got a 10-foot birdie putt when we continue coverage on ESPN+.
good Lord, the Wanamaker Trophy is huge. The winner's wife is going to kill him when he brings this thing home.
Yeah, but guess what? They'll still find a place for it.
100%.
Yeah, it's big, but everybody wants one.
Yeah. Oh, well, for sure. He might get another bed for it in their bedroom. Just put it right there. It deserves its own place.
Here's a look at the shots going into 13, the par 3. Oh, a terrific shot from Fleetwood. And Mickelson a step closer, maybe, huh?
Yeah, 2 great shots.
So a 9-foot putt for Mickelson to pick it back up. And you see Day, who's going to kind of work off that collar area.
Well, it's a simple little pitch shot. He's going to land this in an upslope. The only issue, if you miss your landing spot and you land it up on top, this thing could easily race past 5-6 feet. But I mean, Jason, one of the best in the game at this, landed in the upslope. Very makeable.
Got a quick look at McIlroy striding there, Hunter. He looked good.
Oh, man. When he's got that stride, he's in the pocket right now. He's a dangerous man. Jay Day, I mean, so good. He makes those shots look so easy, and they're not. You know, like you said, Graham, you got to land it in the right place with the right kind of bounce, with the right club and the right spin. Simple technique. Did you see that? It kind of hit, stopped, spun, and then it kind of released down. Jay loves to practice his short game. I think he always sees it going in the hole.
Tap in par, so he's done. Still 1 under. At some point, I want you to take me through dead hands with what he does motion-wise on those shots.
Yeah, there's just no hinge, right? You know,
Right.
Phil's very hingy. Like, he likes to sort of like lifting the club up. Instead of like kind of, he doesn't create a lot of angle. People talk about lag. He creates no lag, right? It's just he takes it back with his body, and he's using his big muscles, and he's turning his chest, and just a little bit of weight on his left side, and he just kind of turns through it, right? And he just changes club, changes ball position. He's not really changing his technique. Just a little bit of setup changes and just a ton of practice.
Here's Fleetwood now. Guys, he's had looks from 16 feet and 15 feet. This is 10.
I was just going to say, this is like, it feels like you almost have to make one. You're going to start getting frustrated the way he's hitting it right now. Great look uphill, left to right.
And he gets it.
Bang. Yeah, that's what Tommy does, though. I mean, he just kind of pounds the golf course. I mean, just keeps putting pressure on it, and he knows he's such a good ball striker. He knows, like, hey, I want to give myself 18 opportunities at 20 feet and in, which he can do, and just keep giving myself looks and be patient. Be patient with your mind, right? And you play major championships, you got to be easy on yourself and just trust your abilities.
So Fleetwood to 1 under. We're building a coalition at 1, by the way.
I mean, the conditions are just so perfect in this course, and the way the greens are rolling. I mean, it's you're going to see a lot of putts made. We've seen chips made already.
Mickelson for birdie.
After that speech he gave to the putter, it's just not listening right now. Boy, I think he liked that line. I think that was a good putt. It just didn't go in.
So he'll stay 1 over. And Phil finishes it up. And they're going to make the walk here to the par 4 14th. And this is one of the holes to kind of keep an eye on this week, because Kerry Hagan, our visit yesterday, Hunter and Graham, talked about the ability to move the tee up, move the tee back, and today it is 311 yards.
Yeah, you got water all up along the left side there. Guys got to figure out where they want to land it. You can tell It's about probably 20 yards short of the green. The grass sort of changes. It gets really firm and it's really, really tight, almost, you know, like a pseudo putting green on some golf courses. And so you got to figure out where you want to land it, where you want to come in from. This is almost like a tweener for a lot of these guys, between a driver and a 3-wood. And anything right's going to kind of fall off to the right. It's got a little bit of dip. It could even go in that bunker. But this is a pretty accessible flag. They get anywhere in those other bunkers, that's going to be totally fine. But I do think this is a flag you kind of want to get up there and get it to the right and you know, give yourself a chance, almost treat it like a par 3 and have good distance control on it. I don't think you'll see many guys be laying up today on this hole.
And a look at some of the numbers. Last 5 times the tour's been here, 62% of the field tried to drive the green, 10% succeeded. You see the scoring average on a layup is a half shot virtually more than a player who elected to try and go for it. And 60% at the PGA Championship 8 years ago tried to drive the green, 9% hit. So the old phrase risk reward is real here at 14. And this is a interesting hole. Jason Day, one of 2 players who birdied the 14th hole all 4 days 8 years ago.
Well, with his short game, he knows I just got to get up around the green, and with his sort of abilities, this kind of lends itself to making a lot of threes for him here.
Give you a little timeout for trivia here, Dillette. Who do you think the other guy was that birdied it all 4 days 8 years ago?
I don't know. I remember making an eagle here.
I love it. Here's Jason Day.
Yeah, less than driver, just kind of laying up, probably hitting to that like 40, 50 yard range. I was just going to say the difficulty with this pin, this is going kind of up the left side a little bit, is if you hit it pin high right, it's kind of that up and over chip hunter, which is really difficult. So he's just kind of laying back in the fairway, just going to give himself a little half wedge.
Day laid up in part because he is still putting. The group in front features Ricky Fowler. And that was the other guy, by the way, 8 years ago that birdied 14 all 4 days. While Dillette was eagling, by the way. Let's make, we got to get that in,
pat
right?
yourself on the back there.
By the way, he was T7, so we got to give him his flowers.
That's pretty good. That's all right.
Fleetwood will wait on Fowler's group to step away at 14.
Yeah, it's just over 300 yards to the front edge with the downhill here. So like almost every player in the field can get here. It's just whatever you're comfortable with. That second shot, like I said, if you get it going right, can be really, really tricky. And it's easy to hit it right here.
Yeah, it's like kind of front edge, huh? Dillette, you don't really want to go past that, and then you're going to get down that slope, or is it even shorter than that?
Tommy's got plenty of gunpowder for this shot, doesn't he?
Oh, for sure. And this kind of helps with the experience factor. So many of the guys have played this course so many times.
Here's Shane Lowry. A tough Sunday last week, and he'll miss that. Finish up. Fowler tries to clean up here as well. And does. Ryan Fox still 3 under. Schauffele, Luke Donald leading the group at 2 under, and now the board has just changed. We get ready for Fleetwood.
This one, Hunter, I think is one that you aim at the right side of the green and hope you just tug it a tiny bit.
The perfect miss. Yeah, I think you're 100% right. I think this is when all those years of playing previous tournaments gives you a lot of knowledge.
Well, this is way off the right, and there's a bunker over there. If he doesn't carry that, it's going to be really difficult.
Shot tracer shows it over the top of the bunkers, and if so, that might be around those. A lot of foot traffic from the galleries that are here.
Yeah, that'll be interesting because it's really high up there and you're hitting way down, and it's not an easy shot to kind of land on the green and even keep it on the green.
And for the first time today, some wind. I mean, it's pretty much straight out of the player's left, maybe a puff of help.
Oh my God, Phil.
Oh no, it's going left.
Left and left. And in the water.
I'm looking at the entry. It looks like it was just left of that tree.
So Mickelson will take line of flight for the drop. I'm going to take you to the big board as we go to break. Ryan Fox is at 3 under. Luke Donald, one of 2 guys at 2 under. And the other guy with Donald is making his first appearance in the PGA Championship. 32-year-old Patrick Fishburne, who's only made 5 cuts this year on the PGA Tour.
Wow.
As we rejoin you from Quail Hollow in our featured group coverage, caddy John Yarborough and Phil Mickelson going through line of flight here. We get a look from behind the green.
Yeah, driver is trying to hit a high kind of cut, just came way out of it. You can kind of tell his lower body was racing ahead of the club and left the face wide open. Kind of a disastrous start for Phil. I mean, these are holes, conditions you want to take advantage of, and hitting in the water, already being 1 over, kind of making a silly bogey 2 holes ago. I mean, just kind of going the wrong direction right now. He's going to have to grind to get a par here, but probably end up with bogey.
Already 1 over after missing the par putt at 12.
And the ball just sank. Wow, you see his reaction there, like, oh my gosh. He's got a downhill kind of left to right lie. Got to hack a wedge out. Has no control over how it's going to really come out. Have a high home spin. So he's going to have to grind it out here. Got a terrible angle into this hole.
Well, I didn't get a chance to see the lie, obviously, because he dropped it, but I could tell you it just disappeared when he dropped it. And not an easy shot to get close. It's possible if you land in the perfect spot, but you'd expect it's just a little long right of the hole from here. And that thing came out a little dead.
Into the bunker.
Yeah, it was so thick. You can tell he just couldn't get it out of there. Now look how downhill that is. He's trying to get it up as fast as he can. Hopefully land it soft when he knows he just has nothing going for him on that shot.
And back here for Jason Day.
Yeah, and that wind just completely laid down. Not that it would be a factor here. He's going to drill something probably in low. He's got to land this short of the green, I would think. Off a little downslope. Just so hard to judge, Hunter, because these fairways and approaches are so soft and the greens are so firm. It's a difficult little shot from 50 yards.
Yeah, he's kind of looking at the ground there, almost like a mishit, like he didn't quite catch it the way he wanted to. I mean, clearly he wasn't trying to land it there. He's probably landing, like you said, probably just short of the green and letting it hop and then 1, 2, 3 and then stop. And it looked like an awkward little shot, right? He didn't look. I mean, the way he's talking to his caddy, he's kind of like, man, I didn't know really where to land it. I kind of want to land it here, but you know, he knows he couldn't really land on the green and stop it.
Such a great little par 4 because there's so much thinking involved on this hole.
Yeah, look at the immediate reaction, like, oh my gosh, I just mishit it. Just terrible. And I love short par 4s like this, where they really make you think off the tee how you want to attack it. And then you got this shot from Tommy.
He's got a super clean lie, which helps, but it's just so easy to hit this ball in the water if it gets away. I mean, you almost have to land this in the shadow, maybe just past the shadow, and if he only just barely gets on the green, you just accept it.
Yeah, he's got the slope on the green in front of him that's coming back toward him, and then it goes immediately away from him, and then once it gets past the flag, he's got nothing helping him. It's just going to go straight in the water, so he's got a bump and run. Going up that ridge, kicking it right, but that's pretty awesome right there. That's really, really good. Another birdie putt for Tommy. But he looks good so far, so solid, doing everything he's kind of supposed to do.
Boy, just really raced, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's on that downhill slope. Yeah, I mean, it was just a bump and run. He just had to trust it and commit to it. I mean, that's a pretty good shot. Yeah, once you're out of position, you got to know when you are out of position and know when to sort of wave the white flag and make sure we just get back into play.
Mickelson stepped right in here and hit the bunker shot. And rolled it right out by the hole.
There's just no one better than those type of bunker shots when you've got no green to work with. Everything running away from me, just tap that in. Just a little easy up and down for him there. But man, he's gonna have to re-steer the ship, get it back on track, get some more birdie putts, get back in some sort of rhythm.
Yep. He'll take another bogey here at 14 to go to 2 over. Well, he doubled down on the missed birdie putt at 13, didn't he?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah. Here's Day. This for birdie.
And he would have liked something a little bit closer than this. There's no question about it. There's a right to lefter, and it's one of those. It's a tough putt to make. There's a lot of break in it, and it's one of those ones. If it gets going low, it can get 3-4 feet left real quick.
Missed the putt.
Yeah, never had it high enough. Not even really close.
Knocks that in par. So Day stays 1 under. Tommy Fleetwood trying to stack birdies here, guys.
Yeah, pretty straight putt all in all. There's not a whole lot in, just a little bit downhill.
He could join this group of Alex Noren, Patrick Fishburne, Max Grazerman, by the way, is now gone to 2 under.
Of course he has. Guy's on fire.
And Tommy Fleetwood would like to join them here if he can. What do you see, Graham?
I think if anything, a little left to right. There's not much in it. It's kind of sneaky quick, this one though.
Fleetwood has it. Back-to-back birdies for Tommy Fleetwood.
Really nice putt right there, like Graham said. The putt can really get away from you, and he just got it up high and just let it fall right into the hole. Really a heck of an up and down right there.
Fleetwood going to go to 2 under here.
I mean, just poured it in the middle of the hole. He's in great form this morning.
So birdie putts of 10 feet and 16 feet for Fleetwood get him to 2 under. And now he's in that group with Donald and Noren and Patrick Fishburne, who is here by virtue of Billy Horschel not being able to play, and he was 71st on the PGA Championship points list, was Patrick Fishburne.
There you go. Thank you.
15th hole, par 5, 566 today.
Got a couple bunkers on the right. I mean, you're just pounding this driver as hard as you can up there. Get it. The further you get it, you can maybe get it up on the downslope. I don't know about today with the way the wind's kind of blowing. Maybe this afternoon when the temperature gets up to the 90s, guys are going to hit it way up there. Second shot, rolling up to the left. Got to hit it. It's all carry. Big bunker right, short middle of the green. But definitely a hole you just... Really not too much danger on this hole. You just want to be placed at the right. Put your drive in the right place. Give yourself a look. Flag is front right, very exposed. You really feel like if you're Phil right now, you've got to make a birdie, get back on track. Tommy, you want to keep that momentum going and just hammer a high draw. Stopped watching it. Perfect drive. See how wet the fairways are. I mean, that thing was smoked and it rolled a foot.
Saw the ball speed at 172 off the TaylorMade of Tommy Fleetwood.
This wind just kind of on and off here sort of all day right now. Hardly a breath. Whatever there is, just kind of down off the player's left. Big wide fairway here and pretty much a must hit if you want to get home in 2. It's hit way left, right at those big oak trees.
And drop down in the rough. Yep. So from the rough will be Jason Day's second shot.
Phil, after that incredible 6-iron on par 3 2 holes ago, just hits an awful drive just when he thought he could start building momentum. I think that's probably been his biggest challenge, is just being so inconsistent with this game. But he needs to get a birdie here, needs to get back on track, and he's always one swing away, Phil.
Ooh.
With a great drive right there, right next to Tommy's.
Got around the corner next to Fleetwood, so that's where we'll line up and go with second shots from the 15th. Coverage from Quail Hollow continues in a moment.
One of the talking points this week is the rough. Well, it's sort of rough. It's actually just long grass, really, about 3 inches long. Let's just measure up and see what it is. 2 3/4, they thought. Yeah. One of the talking points this week is the rough. Well, it's sort of rough. It's actually just long grass, really, about 3 inches long. Let's just measure up and see what it is. 2 3/4, they thought. That's 3 inches long for this rough, but it's very consistent. If you get into it, you're going to get some pretty wicked lies. I'm going to throw these balls into there, and let's go and have a look and just see how they've settled down. And most of them do the same. Occasionally you get one that sits on the top. I mean, this one's not too bad, but you can see there's a mat of grass around all of those. You really can't get a real solid strike on it. It's always a little bit of hit and hope. And they're going to nestle. It's just the right length for the ball just to sink into the grass. So if you're offline this week, you're going to find a pretty awful lie. There's no way out of it because it's consistent throughout the golf course. It's actually quite amazing. It's like an Axminster rug. And it's a bit like finding your ball in here. Johnny Bench's mitt. Difficult to get out of.
Oh, me. I love Ken Brown stuff. Jason Day is in that rough on the left side. Your shoes get wet too, reportedly, Graham. See the drive. 2:37 left for Day. 47 and 48 for Fleetwood. Everybody over 3 bills off the tee.
Luckily, Day hit it high enough where those trees didn't just smack the ball straight down, and then he had to hit it below the trees and then try to hit it over the water. So it's a good break for him. He's going to be able to lay up and just figure out how far he wants into this flag. The flag is on the right side. It's on the front right, so it's pretty exposed. Oh, he's pulling the wood out. So this must be a heck of a lie.
You know what? It's kind of like nested down, but a lot of these guys have put 5s and 7 woods in the bag here this week because of this rough. And I don't think he can get this to the green, but it's kind of one of those ones that can come out sort of low, hot, and knuckling. And you can chase it maybe 40 yards short of the green is probably what he's looking at.
Yeah, with the way the woods are nowadays and how far they go and how they kind of explode off the face, the 7 woods have become really popular because a 5 wood gets way too close to a 3 wood. It's sort of kind of a useless club. So it's really not the 5 or the 7. It's just getting the right loft for the right distance that you want to hit it.
And that's what I was going to ask you, because 7 wood has more of a hybrid-ish loft, right?
Oh, for sure, for sure. And like you said, it's not the club, it's the distance you're trying to hit it. You're trying to fill all those gaps in your bag, right, from driver all the way down to your sand wedges.
I still got to tell you, there's a little bit of guts involved in this swing, though, Graham. I mean, it's still down in the rough here.
Yeah, I don't think the water is like an issue at all. I mean, it's just going to come out kind of low, sort of dead and knuckling, and he's just going to try to put himself in a spot here somewhere.
Where's he aiming here, Hunter?
Yeah, I mean, that's what's interesting is looking at that shot from his angle, right? He's got that one bunker on the left. Obviously, he's not trying to hit it in there. But then he's also thinking about if this squirts just a little right, which it usually does out of the rough. We don't want to go up in that other bunker. I mean, that other bunker's you know, it's about it's going to be a 30-ish yard shot. But I think my guess is he wants to get it right. He wants to get it far enough up there and to the right where he can kind of look at that flag and have a little bit more control over it. If anything's short, he's hitting over that bunker short of that flag. So my guess is it's more about distance to him and getting it more for angle than just, you know, giving himself an 80-yard shot.
I think a perfect shot for Jason right now would be squirting it up just kind of right at that bunker that's protecting the front middle of the green. That's in a perfect scenario where you're pitching right back up the hill, and if it comes up 40 yards short, that's just kind of what happens.
And a quick look up to the green here at 15. Shane Lowry has another one.
Not having much luck with the putter already.
Nope. Boy, and you wonder after the hard luck last weekend.
It's exhausting, right? When you're in contention like that, it's a grind, and to lose and to feel, you know, I don't know how he feels, but I'm sure he feels like he let it kind of slip away. It's not an easy thing to do, just turn it right back on.
So Jason Day waits here at the 15th. This par 5 is 577 is the stock yardage. Remember now those two bunkers Hunter was telling you about. There's that one that kind of comes right into play on the left for Fleetwood here. 249 out.
And this play is about 5 or 6 yards uphill. This is his 3-wood. This hit high in the air, but drifting right a little bit. It should be fine, kind of right in that little apron.
And holds right in there.
Yeah, good shot right there. I mean, he probably was hoping, he's got a little right to the fly. I was hoping to kind of turn it over just a little bit more, but I mean, that's about as kind of easy as it gets. That apron there is so smooth. I mean, it's pretty easy to get it close from there.
Mickelson.
Yeah, also fairway metal here for Phil. Pick this nice and clean. This on a similar line to Tommy's, but it's drawn away from the green.
Same area. And about within 10, 12 feet of
funneled right. Yeah, there's a lot of room over there. They kind of give the guys a lot of landing area there. It's really short, really tight grass.
You see Jason Day's 24 feet below the hole here.
Yeah, and this thing did come out kind of dead and left, flirting with that bunker.
And it's going to be right in front of it. So that'll be a tricky shot. Just hit and raced right up to the front of it, didn't it?
Yeah, he was probably hoping that would squirt a little bit more right. Now he's got to chip it over that bunker. I mean, and he didn't get to that apron, so he's still a little bit more on the fairway side, so the grass will be a little thicker. But yeah, I was hoping for a little bit more out of that shot, a little more squirt, a little more run and pop.
All right, while these guys make the walk up to the 15th, time to join PGA professional Natalie Sheehan. She's got some coaching insight for us from the PGA of America Coaching Center, and it is powered by T-Mobile.
Thanks, guys. So on the 15th hole, we're seeing these players hit a wood into the green for the most part. And I want to show those of you at home who might struggle with your woods how you can practice hitting those a little bit more solidly off of the ground. So one drill that I love to do is just getting set up and really feeling like you are sweeping the ground back and through. Notice how long my arms are staying as I do this, and my body is rotating with the golf club. Your hands and arms are going to break down if we don't rotate, so that's very important. The next drill is I've got a tee on the ground in front of me here with the top of the tee facing my club. We're going to make a full swing, and we are sweeping that tee off the ground. If you can do this, just like that, you are going to make perfect contact with your woods every single time, just like we see these guys doing on the 15th hole.
All right, terrific stuff from Natalie Sheehan. She'll join us throughout our coverage here this week at Quail Hollow. And of course, our coaching insights are brought to you by T-Mobile for Business, the exclusive 5G solutions partner of the PGA of America. So here's Fleetwood and Mickelson off the green to the right. And of course, Jason Day in front of the bunker. By the way, the PGA down in Frisco's got a little bit of a setup over there, Hunter.
That's a whole facility. That's what it is. They've put a lot of money and thought and ideas and creativity into that facility, and really figuring out what they want to do with it and how they want to make an impact in Frisco. And it's really incredible. The courses that they built are awesome. It's really changed that whole area, and I think it's going to be. They're going to have great championships up there for the next 20, 30 years. It's a beautiful build. They did an excellent job. The facility, the teaching facility is really second to none. It's really, really cool.
Well, we'll be there in 2 years, by the way.
It's going to be awesome.
For the PGA Championship. Jason Day's in front of this bunker now at 15.
Yeah, I think he's probably pretty happy that didn't go another 2 yards onto that really tight stuff. But he's going to have to land this on a downslope, down grain. He does have kind of some help in behind, so this thing won't get away from him. He's going to take a really precise shot with as firm as these greens are with this sub-air to get it close.
Well, Hunter's mentioned a couple different times the high bounce here. See if he can get the bounce and the stop.
Yeah, you're going to see him open that face, and from only 36, he's going to take a pretty aggressive swing right. That speed through the shot, right? Really ripped it through.
Oh,
just didn't land it far enough.
I think he'll take that, though, because when that was in the midair, I guarantee his heart was beating a little bit that he was going to dump that in the bunker.
A little nervous there.
Fleetwood, Mickelson, what do you like about this, Graham? What concerns you about the shots?
Well, these aprons are cut so tight. They're almost like a green at your local muni. I mean, both these players have putters out, and I don't think there's any question that that's the play here right now.
Yeah, as we talked about, this course is in perfect condition. I mean, this is a course that you feel like you could just have a pop-up major and just show up any time of year, and it would be ready. It would be capable of hosting a tournament like this. And like you said, you can see it on the TV screen, the different shades of green, and it is so tight. I mean, it is so pure around here. There's really no imperfections. This is the smart play here, because you're going to read this like a putt, even though it's a little bit longer. And he just didn't hit it. It was right on line there for Tommy.
And he's got a chance at a third straight birdie. That would get him to 3 under and tied for the lead if he can clean that up.
Coffee.
Well, as bad as it's been really for Phil all day, you could erase almost everything with one here. This will get the crowd going. They're bottled up here around the 15th green, 14th, 15th.
Mickelson from 25 feet. Stops just short. So after 2 bogeys in his last 3, just taps that in for a birdie. Nice recovery, guys, for Mickelson.
Textbook hole for Phil there. The pin is kind of wide open. It feels like everyone in the field's got to make birdie on that. When they kind of get up to that hole and they see where the flag is, they're gonna like, well, we got to make 4 here. This is basically a par 4 for us.
Nothing's going to fool him here, guys. It's just kind of left to right the entire way. Slightly downhill the first little bit and then pretty much flat.
And just missed. Yep.
It was a really good putt, just a smidge too hard there, but boy, he rolls it nice. You can see how that rolled right past the hole. It was a really good putt.
So that'll leave Fleetwood here now for his 3rd straight birdie. And to grab a share of the lead here. 6 holes in and headed to the green mile.
Yeah, Tommy was T4 last week. He's in good form. 7th at the RBCs. He's playing really well. As we said, the course really suits his eye. He loves to draw the ball. He's an excellent ball striker, and that's what you're going to need this week.
So Fleetwood goes to 3 under. Joins Ryan Fox for a share of the lead. Here's Jason Day for the par, and that's in as well. He'll stay at 1 under. He's in a group at tied for 7th. And as the players have navigated this course, at least on this backside as we joined you this morning, now they get to the green mile. Dale Ratcliffe, local media guy here in the Charlotte area, termed the last 3 holes at Quail Hollow. They're a nightmare, and here's why. 2017 PGA Championship, there were more double bogeys or worse than birdies on the 3 holes. 12 triple or quadruple bogeys on the green mile. Match the total from the first 15 holes. Hunter, you're doing really good. You don't have the shakes over here yet. 1,800 balls went in the water since 2003. It's 16, 17, and 18.
Hope no one's watching the coverage this morning. Just turn away. Turn away.
And here it is, the hardest final 3 holes in major championships the last 10 years. 488 over par is 5 better than Winged Foot, and 63 better than Kiowa.
My goodness. Carnage, lots of carnage on the green mile there.
Ryan Fox, Tommy Fleetwood are our leaders. Fitzpatrick, Donald, Alex Noren, and a group at 2 under. And Xander Schauffele with John Rahm, Jason Day, Keegan Bradley, Alex Smalley also in that group at 1 under. JT Poston is there. There's Grazerman, Maverick McNeely. And a little further down the line, you see Scotty Scheffler is even.
It's a few months away, but Maverick is in contention to make that Ryder Cup team this year. So kind of a big week with the majors, all the points associated with it. So he's got a lot of great momentum. So this would be a huge week if he can kind of get a top 20, top 10 this week.
See, McIlroy's also even. Koepka, Harrington, Patrick Fishburne.
Disappointed in that.
Early run.
Such a good start.
An early run.
Well, you guys talked about the difficulty of this last stretch here. In this 16th hole, they've stretched out now even longer than it played back in 2017.
Yep.
320 almost to that bunker. It does play a little downhill, but something just left of that.
Lengthened at 23 yards, Graham. Boy, Fleetwood is.
Yeah, he looks good.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, guys, you should just bomb it over that bunker and just try to rip it as hard as they could, because the way this fairway, it's a left to right hole with a fairway that slopes right to left, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense to visually, and it's just a very challenging hole because it takes your miss and it just makes it that much worse. But now you're just kind of aiming straight down the middle of the fairway. There's really nothing to cut off.
Yeah, and as soft as it's playing right now, it's an easier fairway to hit, but when it gets firm and fast, this thing can catch up. This is just down the left side, perfect.
And in the fairway for Mickelson. And Jason Day now. Jason Day's only hit one fairway in the first 6 holes.
Wind just kind of down off the player's right, mostly off the right. Started left.
And off the, oh, that's into the rough. A tough look for Jason Day here at the 16th. Tommy Fleetwood, though, top of the leaderboard. 3 birdies in a row to tie Ryan Fox in round 1.
Sit down. Okay.
Well, the green ball by the numbers starts here at 16. You see the birdie percentage 8 years ago was 5%. 31 doubles or worse. All other par 3s 17, and in 18, of course, is plus 0.41. That's a half shot, highest of the week. Goodness. Second toughest 3-hole finish at the PGA in the last 20 years. And to be honest with you, it's kind of become the calling card for the place. And it's got a lot of bite to it.
Well, you know, like when you look at the tee times, starting week on Thursday, Friday, you know, you feel comfortable. You feel a little bit happier knowing that maybe on Friday afternoon or whenever you're making your turn, trying to make the cut, you going 16, 17, 18 is not going to be as comfortable as 7, 8, 9, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just kind of something you kind of peek at. And these guys are going to have to finish up on this 9 tomorrow, trying to make the cut, and it's not a comfortable place if you have to make a birdie or two.
So you see Jason Day, 236 out on the left, 230 for Mickelson, Tommy Fleetwood at 215.
Boy, Tommy bombed at 318, man. What a monster of a hole. You don't see PGA Tour pros with over 200 yards in the par 4s very often. This flag way left today. Back left. I mean, you're playing every inch of this golf hole. You can see how high the ball's above his feet there. He's choking way down. Looks like he's got that little, some sort of 7-wood again, like he played on the last hole.
Yeah, I do. Yep. Just got to try to play front edge.
Yeah, in all honesty, guys, it's almost the same shot. I mean, he's got 206 front edge. I mean, I don't think you're looking for too much more than that. If he gets us anywhere on the front third of the green, it's a pretty good shot. That back pin, I mean, it would take a lot of luck, and A mistake probably to get it back there, but yeah, ball well above his feet, ball sitting down slightly. This came out way hotter than the last one, like almost right at the pin, just left of it.
Wow. Wow, you kind of heard the hit there. It was so solid. I didn't even hear any really grass. Heck of a shot right there. He's going to be pretty ecstatic about that. Look at that wind kind of going right in their face.
To come out of that rough and have a birdie putt. A legitimate birdie
After
putt.
that drive, right? You're like, oh man, this is going to be tough.
How about this? 17 balls in the water in the Green Mile since 2003. Top of the list, Phil Mickelson.
Well, and this, a little bit of mud, first one that I've seen, and it's on the right side, which makes the ball go left, and he's overcorrected for it. He's hit this right at the green.
Not in the water, but in the bunker, it looks like. Did it catch the top of the rim there? And now Fleetwood tied with Ryan Fox for the lead here in the first round of the PGA.
And not that the wind is really blowing, but I mean, it's probably a one club wind out of the right now.
A little bit in, Graham, or
mostly off the right.
Just off the right.
Yeah, and this is a 6-iron. You got to expect he's hitting this right between the 1 and the 6 on that tower in behind.
215 plays about 6 yards downhill.
The pin on at 16 is 30 on 6 from the left, so it's kind of tucked in that back quadrant.
He's hit this kind of flighted, start at the middle of the green, drawing towards the pin. Really nice looking shot.
Yeah, 209 flag, and he's probably trying to land it, you know, closer to 195 or so, trying to just skip it back there. Hitting it long is no bueno. I think that's a smart shot. Let's just get a 4 and get out of here. And if you get lucky and it bounces up, then that's great. But
well, he has stacked 3 birdies in a row. Let's go back to 13. Terrific 6-iron to 10 feet. And he gets his first birdie of the day. Now remember, he had missed early birdie putts from 16 and 15 feet. Knocks that one down at 10 from 10 feet at 13, and then this is a 16-footer at 14. Hunter.
It's a really good putt. You can see how much it's breaking. The speed was absolutely perfect. I mean, the ball just fell in the hole.
And then he had 249 after the drive at 15, and was in that kind of right bowl area.
Yeah, pretty accessible flag. That apron is almost just like another part of the putting green, just a little bit longer. It's probably still running around 8 on the stemp, you know, like your local muni there. Really easy. Made that hole look super easy. Good birdie. Good form right now. He looks very automatic right now, hitting exact shots where you want to hit.
His name was very popular.
Yeah.
Early this week as a guy who was contending at this event. Why, in your mind, what was the premium characteristic of his contention?
Well, like most majors, it's you got to be a good ball striker. You're not going to survive with just having a good week on the greens or getting up and down. You got to be able to hit the greens. You got to give yourself a lot of looks. He's in good form right now. A couple top 10s coming into this week, but Tommy is known as a great ball striker. Hits it plenty distance off the tee, but you know, if you got a mid-iron in his hands, he's really one of the best in the game.
And here's the ESPN bet look at Tommy Fleetwood's profile. He was plus 650 in the top 5, plus 320 at top 10, 40-1 to win, 45-1 to be the first round leader.
Yeah, and a guy who hasn't won a PGA Tour event, there's something about, like, it was kind of this Tony Finau effect where you're like, it's not, you know, win, it's just it's not if, it's just going to be win, and he's definitely going to win on tour, and it wouldn't surprise anybody if he really won this week. He's played this golf course a bunch of times, so he's very comfortable on it.
He's going to have a 31-foot birdie putt. And here's Mickelson.
Well, most guys, I think, would hit the little chunk runner here, but I mean, Phil's bunker game is obviously elite, and these bunkers are so perfect. That moisture that's in them, I mean, they're hard packed. He's got, if anything, a slight downslope, but you expect him probably to land this just kind of up top. This pin's kind of tucked back on a little tier here.
Yeah, these greens, these bunkers don't have much lip film. You don't have to plop it up there too high. I mean, you can see the whole green from there.
Boy, just hangs it out of there, and he'll have that for par.
Needed to fly that probably to where his ball is instead. I mean, he chose to go, get that ball up in the air and not kind of chase it down on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, even Phil Mickelson's a little bit worried about, skipping it past that flag and letting it scoot away from you.
So Fleetwood will watch Jason Day putt first here. Now this is a whole different look. He is almost dead up the hill, Hunter.
Yeah, he's got that. This putt might really not do too much, but he's got a pretty good significant slope right in front of him right there. You can see the shades of the grass right there. You can tell, like, we're seeing the back of it. Kind of on the first half. That means it's going to be into the grain, and then after that, we can see it's a little darker. That means we're seeing the blades, kind of the front of the blade, so it's going to be a little quicker. So it's going to be slow. It's not going to really do too much, and then probably go left at the hole.
Yeah,
it's just all about the speed, right?
He definitely hit a great shot to get it here. I mean, I don't think many guys. I think it was a little bit of a mistake to be this far left, but this is a pretty good look at birdie considering where he was off the tee.
I mean, he put that club in the bag specifically for that shot, probably. They were thinking about that and kind of ripped this putt through there.
Yep, gonna have to clean that up for the par. I will tell you guys, George Cobb, who designed this golf course in 1961, played golf collegiately at Georgia. He designed and renovated more than 100 courses. Most of them are in the Southeast. His most famous work, though, is he did the par 3 course at Augusta National.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, he's done a lot of other things, minor alterations around East Lake in the early 60s, back when they had the Ryder Cup. I mean, 60 odd years ago. But his most famous work is the par 3 course at Augusta,
which is incredible, which is so much fun to play, which is one of the great traditions in golf, is to be able the par 3 contest, right? And it's a really fun track.
Fleetwood for a birdie and keeps it right around the hole for the par, and taking Hunter Mahan's coaching is just going to make a par and get out of here.
Heck yeah, man. Know when you've won, right? Know when you've won. Making a 4 on 16 is winning.
Here's Mickelson now. This a little stronger.
Yeah, this should just move ever so slightly from his right to left, just kind of gently the whole way.
Right around 15 feet. And missed it.
Boy, after birdieing the last hole and coming back with a bogey, it just this stalls you out.
Been a little bit of a roller coaster for Mickelson here. Back to 2 over, he'll go. You see 3 bogeys in the last 5. Birdie tucked in, but now returns to 2 over. So bogeys at 12, 14, now 16 for the 2021 and 2005 PGA champion. And now Day for his par. And he missed it.
Oh, Those are just killers. After, I mean, what a great second shot in there. And I mean, it was a little bit of a tricky putt, but really not that challenging to 3-putt and just throw shots away on the greens. It's frustrating.
Yep, that's a 3-putt from 35 feet and a bogey for Jason Day, his first of the day. And back he will go to even. Tommy Fleetwood to clean this up for the par.
I mean, how solid and in control has he looked all day? I mean, he played this hole perfectly too. I mean, middle of the fairway, little punch 6-iron in the middle of the green, 2-putt par, get out of here.
Fleetwood stays tied for the lead at 3 under. And this week, of course, the PGA Championship and the PGA of America, their 20 PGA professionals, collectively known this week as the Corebridge Financial PGA Team. They earn their spots to play against the world's best. Tyler Collette of Vero Beach is playing in his 4th PGA Championship thanks to his record-setting victory in last month's PGA's Professional Championship.
Did he get it? Yes, he did. The 2025 PGA Professional Champion.
This means the world. I have one more goal that I set for myself in the PGA of America, and that's to win Low Club Pro at the PGA. I mean, it lit a fire in me, and honestly, it was one of the reasons why I wanted to win this championship so bad, and it's honestly one of the reasons why I have it now. We're in the service industry, and that's our main focus, but all of us got into this industry because we love to play. It just kind of means we're even more well-rounded than people might think. I think that's a focus we can't lose.
A phenomenal performance. The Walter Hagen Cup is his.
And a great story. Tyler Collette from Vero Beach. Don't forget you can find your PGA coach at pga.com/coach. Of course, a couple of years ago at Oak Hill, Michael Block stole the show. Brooks Koepka won, but everybody was talking about Blocky. And those guys are amazing because they are in a service industry. They do work with their membership or the people that come to play golf at their facilities, and it's fun to see them compete. On to 17 here, gentlemen. 223 par 3 is the stock number. 4 yards push today. 227, Hunter. This has got all you want in it for me.
Oh, absolutely. 227. Pin back left today. There's a little slope. You're really just trying to land this 10, 12 yards short of the flag and let the slope of the green just kind of do the rest of the work there. Like you said, part of the green mile, you're just trying to be smart, be safe, hit a good solid shot. The wind's going to be coming, probably went a little in off the right today. So you kind of want to use that wind to your advantage and just let it kind of flow to the hole. Give yourself a putt, get a 3, and get the heck out of here.
Pin is 30 on and 7 from the left. By the way, the big board is got a bunch of 3s on it. Keegan Bradley, Matthew Fitzpatrick, Luke Donald, Ryan Fox, Tommy Fleetwood, Nico Echeverria, right? All 3 under par. Bunch of 2s as well.
A very international field so far, isn't it?
Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, these are perfect conditions this morning, aren't they? I mean, it's probably 75 degrees out there right now. There's a little bit of wind. The course is in absolutely perfect shape. You can make that. We've seen chip-ins from all over the place today.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
The only remnants of the rain is Graham's wet feet.
Hey.
They are still a little damp, guys. This the difficulty here, I mean, obviously the water and everything lurking, but this wind's been pretty consistent southwest all day, but it feels in out of the left on the tee box right now. So you have to either trust the wind map or go with what you feel. But I always just like something just left of the right fringe here and just hit it on that. If you miss it right, you miss it right, and you try to get up and down.
But right around 200 and change to the front, right?
Well, yeah, with the downhill, it's only 190 front edge if you take the -6 into consideration here. So this is a 5-iron. It's hit high up the right and drawing towards the pin. This looks really good.
Wow. And it's going to skate all the way through.
Wow. Ripped that 5-iron, flew it all the way to the hole. I think they're pretty shocked by that because there's no way they were trying to land it anywhere near the hole. They were probably landing it 12 yards short of that flag. So not sure what they were feeling, if they thought their wind was going to be a little bit more in, but that was a miss club for a shot that was executed that well. They're probably a little bit like, where is that? That's not in the water, right?
You okay with this? You like this? Yeah.
I did not get the flash from Johnny Yarborough, his caddy, what club this is, but I would assume probably the same, a 5-iron for Phil. This hit really high on a pretty good line, middle of the green. It's struggling a bit.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. No kidding.
Landed just front edge of the green there. I mean, I'm guessing that was a 6-iron then.
You know, it brings into mind, though, the flag blowing back toward the tee box, and then up at the top of the green, it looks like it might be going a little bit different, right, Graham? Does it feel like you said it's coming off their right shoulder, and then at the green, the flag's blowing back toward the water?
Exactly, yeah. There's a weird little swirl here, and it has, I mean, it's not blowing that hard, but it's been pretty consistent southwest all day, but that would be in out of the player's right, and if anything right now, it feels in out of the left.
So here's Jason Day now.
Jason's watched the guys hit it over the green.
Yeah, he's
on
like
the front
twisted,
edge.
right?
Now he's wondering, what do I do?
Well, he's done just what he needs to do, up the right side of the green. This looks pretty good if the distance is good.
And yeah, he'll be in the front too. Long putts though for Mickelson and Day. Fleetwood is a step off the collar at the top of the green, and Mickelson, you know, because they can use the rangefinders this week. Johnny, give me that thing. I need to have a look.
It's the first day of a major. Everyone still believes. The crackle in the air is born of that hope. All these players, somewhere inside, have laid out some scenario that ends with them holding the Wanamaker.
You got to look at Ludwig Oberg and some of the other guys who will be in the afternoon wave here on feature group coverage. Justin Kutcher, Brendan DeYoung, and Andres Gonzalez will be here to cover Jordan Spieth, Ludwig Oberg, and Patrick Reed.
Love
this
that
afternoon.
Group. I love that group. I mean, you got Reed, who's crushed this place. Jordan going for the Grand Slam. Ludwig, who's just a stud, a robot.
We'll get to watch that group tomorrow morning, by the way.
I can't. I'm bringing my popcorn. I'll be ready. I might just sleep here tonight.
Be a little early for
be
the
jacked
popcorn,
up. Let's go. I mean, a lot of coffee. Keep it coming.
Oh, man. All right, Graham. Tommy is, I don't know, 2 strides off the green, just in that first couple feet of the thick rough.
With an absolutely perfect lie. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything. You wouldn't, if you were setting one up, trying to give yourself a perfect lie, this is it.
That's how I play now there, Graham. I give myself a perfect lie all the time. I don't have to
Makes
contend
chipping
with
so much easier, doesn't
I'm
it?
picking that thing up and I'm putting it down. I ain't playing. There's no reason.
Oh,
ain't no one watching me anymore.
Come on, man.
What? I set the rules off on the first tee, bro. I set it up. This is what we're doing today.
All right. Mickelson and Jason Day have zip code putts, by the way.
Yeah, I think Tommy's going to play first here. When this lands on the green, it's going to kick forward a little bit, slightly downhill, and then just breaking left to right.
So just off the back collar after hitting the 5-iron is Tommy Fleetwood, who's tied for the lead.
He's going to be disappointed with that.
Yeah, that's going to be 10 feet or so.
Wow, Delaney, did he just go underneath that? Was the lie
He
almost
did.
too good? He hit it high on the face?
Possibly. I think that's exactly what happened, yeah.
Was the stance pretty flat, though, I thought? I didn't think there was anything awkward about that shot. That's pretty
I thought
shocking.
he was going to drive it down a little bit more, hands forward, and he kind of played it with a little bit more loft, and I think got it high off the face.
But I mean, that's a good thing for amateurs. When you add that loft on it, like, you can tell he's like trying to, like, I needed to lean that in there, but with all that loft on it, it just rolls up the face that much, and your shot gets, you know, almost deflected instead of hitting it pure.
.81 feet and change for Mickelson.
Yeah, I think anything inside probably 8 feet would be really good. Once it kind of crests this hill, it starts chasing away a little bit. Right to left the whole way. He hasn't hit it.
And he's going to be inside 10 feet, maybe 5 for the par. So if he's 81 feet and change, Jason Day is not far behind that. Jason Day 76 feet. Goodness.
Yeah, similar putt to Phil, but a little less break here with the angle that Jason's on. He would have learned a lot from that first putt.
What path you want to take here, the lag or the firm, Hunter? 6 feet if you firm it, 8 feet of break if it lags.
Yeah, you definitely want to lag it, right? You definitely want to go as high as you possibly can, because as quick and as smooth as these greens are, you want to give it all that chance and all that kind of room and all that breathing room to kind of just let it flow all the way to the hole. Jason's always got great touch on these putts. Yeah, let it high and just let it get there all the way. As soon as it gets low, it's gone. You're getting further away from the hole the whole way. So after watching Phil's putt, I think he's gained a little bit more knowledge, but just didn't hit it. Line was pretty good. I mean, the line was on there. He just didn't hit it hard enough.
Yep.
Last hole, he hit it too hard, right? So now you're trying to calculate in your head and you know, you're thinking instead of feeling.
So everybody's got some degree of consequence with these par putts.
Yeah.
In terms of distance, here at 17.
It looks like Tommy's got about 12 feet. It's going to be breaking left to right. And what's also annoying about that chip, I mean, you had the opportunity to kind of let it run and roll and see how it's going to break, and he didn't even get that opportunity. He left it short of the flag, so he didn't even see anything actually get by the hole.
Fleetwood for the par, and he'll miss it.
So kind of hammered it through the break there.
10-foot putt. So Tommy Fleetwood, who had 3 birdies in a row, 13, 14, and 15, got a par at 16, is going to make bogey at least here at 17 if he can knock the 3-footer down. Now Mickelson and Jason Day will try and save par.
Just a tiny bit of right to left in this putt for Phil, but back up the hill.
Missed it. Oh boy.
Boy, that never looked on track, did it? It almost looked like a little push. Got it low right away.
And Mickelson is going to take another bogey, guys. And that is 4 in the span of 6 holes. Jason Day will try and make par here.
Off the 3-putt on the last hole, and then watching Phil miss a short one, Tommy miss a short one. You really got to visualize and see it going in here. Good stroke
Jason
there.
Day survives, right?
Yeah, good stroke there. Good 2-putt.
You hear the jets flying in on approach to Douglas International Airport. So the Quail Hollow Club falls into the landing pattern today for one of the busiest airports.
Well, it's a beautiful day to be flying. It wasn't a few days ago, but beautiful visuals here on this golf course, man. They're just gorgeous.
Bogey for Fleetwood if he knocks this in, and he does. So Tommy Fleetwood goes back to 2 under. First miscue of the day after 3 straight birdies, and now they get to the 18th. And always great to have Ken Brown with us in our coverage here of feature groups on ESPN Plus. And when you take a look at the 18th, it's 494 yards. And you see this stream that winds through this final hole here at Quail Hollow. And Ken talks about the impact of the stream.
Well, this stream runs all the way down the left-hand side of the 18th, virtually from the tee, certainly from driving distance, right up to the green. And it's right in your eye. It's such a demanding tee shot. You can see, here's the post that marks the stream. It's 1 yard off the fairway. It really is a tiger. So sometimes you can slip one down this right-hand side and it does kick into the water. On the left, this year I think the grass is so long it's not going to ping in here, but it leaves you such an awkward little shot. Ball below your feet, the ball's settled right down. What a drive this is. And this hazard down this left side is absolutely perfectly placed, and it's right in your eye line. You think about it, this is a tough drive. You can miss right, you can miss left, but where you don't want to miss is dead center. Otherwise you join the duck. Don't want to do that.
Hunter, where'd the ball go? Where'd the ball go that he threw on the left?
Do you think he found it, or do you think
No,
they're
he
still
had
looking
no
for
idea.
it? They
The
might be
ball
still
just-
looking for it. He threw it in there and it just went whoop. It like just went into a hole. Make sure you guys.
The first one bounced.
Yeah,
a
it
little.
bounced, and that one just, it didn't even bounce. It just went whoop. Just got sucked into that grass.
So here's Jason Day now.
He's got about 290 with a little downslope to that bunker on the right. Looks like he's got 3 wood. He would love to just hit it at that bunker and draw just, a few yards, and looks like exactly what he did. Perfect middle of the fairway. No bounce at all.
By the way, just the second fairway hit on this first 9 holes for Jason Day.
It's overrated. Fairways, come on now.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, the way you tell me and Dillette that you're now playing golf, where you just fix your own lies, yeah, fairway, it doesn't matter, right?
Oh, of course, for sure. Are you kidding me? It's actually a little hot for me to go out there and play right now. I like to play below 75 degrees too. Tommy Fleetwood, the driver.
Yeah, right up the middle here, guys. Perfect tee shot, left center.
Despite the bogey at 17, Graham, I think he's had a pretty good first 8 holes of this championship.
Oh, there's no question. I mean, and he had a perfect shot on 17. It just shocked them how far that ball flew into the green. Pretty simple up and down that he wasn't able to, but yeah, he's in total control right now.
Mickelson, however, is wobbling.
Yeah, he's no control over the car right now. He's actually been driving it pretty good, which is, you think that would be his struggle, but he's been in position, just has not executed his irons at all.
Yeah, hit his last 2 fairways.
This up the left side, but it should be good. Look.
Yep.
Yeah, perfect. 3 great drives.
All 3 in the fairway for the first time today. When we continue feature group coverage of the PGA.
Wonderful to have you with us in Charlotte, North Carolina, high above Quail Hollow.
It's Thursday morning. Everyone starts at 0, a blank slate. The empty scorecards dueling with the fullness of hopes and nerves and the possibility of magic. It just takes 4 good days to change your life. Welcome to the PGA Championship.
And feature group coverage continues this morning on ESPN Plus. Great to be with Hunter Mahan and Graham Dillette, West Durham with you. And we've got Keegan Bradley at the top of the board with Matt Fitzpatrick, Luke Donald, Ryan Fox, David Puig, Nico Echeverria, Stefan Jaeger, and Rasmus Højgaard. Rolling right along. Scotty Scheffler, the group at 2 under, and Tommy Fleetwood is at 2 as well. He's with us, along with Burns, Justin Lauer, Alex Smalley. And there's a bushel of folks at 1 under, including JT Poston, Harris English, Corey Connors. Got to get DeLette's countryman in there. Max Grazerman and Maverick McNeely. You see the way things set up for our 3 guys here. Jason Day, 215 out, 190 for Mickelson and Fleetwood after terrific drives, all 3 in the fairway here at the 18th, the par 4.
Yeah, 215.
I'm just playing in the middle of the green.
Yeah, is there any spin on it?
Yeah, actually, there could be. So, like, you think at 210 then?
Yeah, 100%.
Any wind, guys?
No.
Okay. Yeah,
Jason Day talking to Luke Reardon there, Graham.
Yeah, 215 plays up 5, so 220 really back to the hole, and you got about 5 short of this hole to get up on the top level. And what's weird is every flag that I'm looking at is blowing left to right. Well, now the flags behind the green are blowing down. It felt like it was in as we were walking up, so it's definitely swirling around here right now. This hit really crisp. It's starting to fade right of the hole.
And it will, oh my goodness, skim the bunker line and then drop down into that collection area between the 2.
190. 190 here for Phil. This is a 7-iron back up the hill.
These shots for Mickelson and Fleetwood back up the hill almost 15 feet.
And then a wind gust just came like straight downwind, which is not what it's the scheduled wind is southwest, which is in out of the player's left here, or down off the player's left, and it's just all over the place.
Yeah, there's upwards of 30 flags around this hole, and they're not all moving in the same direction. So the players and caddies have to really make sure they're committed to whatever they feel, what they want to go with. And Phil just great shot, super aggressive, flying it almost all the way to the flag there. Really good stuff there.
Now Fleetwood trying to stay within reach of the 7 guys who are 3 under. Actually, now 8 guys have gone to 3 under.
This is an 8-iron for Tommy Fleetwood from 190 playing uphill. That's a big 8-iron. They are playing for help. Ian Finnis gave them the kind of down off the left signal, which is the southwest wind.
34-year-old Englishman from Southport, England.
This thing hit high, just right of the hole, drawing back towards it. Looks good.
Oh, it is good. It's going to stay below the hole. About 20 feet, Hunter.
Yeah, that was, Graham, it felt like a tweener there, right? They were probably 8, definitely wasn't enough, but they probably were like 7. Where do we want to really end this up there? And so went with the 8, went with the rip, hit it high, and see where it goes.
Look at Mickelson here.
Yeah, it's always interesting, right? See where that ball is. It's way above the stands and everything. And that's really what the wind you're trying to think of, even though you're down there. You're trying to guess, like, where's that wind flying above all the grandstands and everything above you that you can't even feel? It's a great shot from Phil. Man, super aggressive to get it all the way past that flag. Fleetwood with a ripping 8-iron, landed it quite a bit shorter than Phil's. Probably landed it 30, well, probably 15 yards short of that flag. And, you know, it seemed like they were probably just comfortable with that distance, saying, you know, short of the flag is not a bad thing here.
Don't forget the PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you. PGAJRLeague.com. Talking with our colleague Taylor Zarzer yesterday, he's been a part of the PGA Junior League Championship that we have here on ESPN Plus, and you get a look at where the threesome is here at the 18th.
J Day's gonna have some issues here. He's got. It looks like he's. Well, he might be fine where the bunker is not in his way, but it's definitely going to be shooting away from him. When he lands that ball on the green, it's going to be kicking away from him. I mean, it's going to be interesting how much, you know, how much height he can get out of this shot with that grass being so tight. You can get spin on it, but you can't get the height, so it's going to take a few bounces for that ball to check.
I think
he is on a tiny upslope, which helps Hunter. And I mean, other than maybe Phil, Jason, and Jordan Spieth, I don't know who we got tomorrow. I don't know who I'd rather have hitting this shot.
Exactly.
He's so good. He's so shallow with these shots compared to like what you were saying with Phil with the hinge, and he gets a little steeper. And Jason more of a sweeper.
This was the hardest hole a year ago on the PGA Tour, period. End of sentence.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man, checked.
He needed another couple feet on that. It would have been probably pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, didn't go really high on that one, right? He kind of just went with the more of a standard pitch because he knew he can probably have enough spin, enough slope where he can just kind of go. He just missed his landing spot by quite a bit, really.
And he'll have a pretty good sized putt for par here. Meanwhile, Fleetwood and Mickelson are on the green. Tommy is below the hole, Mickelson above the hole for birdie.
Yeah, this putt for Tommy kind of up that ridge, and once it gets up on top and crests, it's going to break pretty good from his right to left.
This is 31 feet for Fleetwood. It's going to stay left.
Never really got it on line. It was left for
all the way
right off of his putter, and it's a putt that breaks left. So not bad speed, but not a great putt.
Mickelson is almost straight down the hill, isn't he, Hunter?
I would think so, yes. Still going to go a little right toward the water, right? But this is a great putt because for these major championships, you got greens this pure and this fast. You're not taking a big stroke. I mean, you're really just seeing it get it on line and let the slope, just let kind of these perfect greens just take it all the way to the hole. He's been kind of under-reading kind of most of the putts right now, so.
Well, I think if this was an uphill putt, it's probably like inside left.
Yeah.
Because it's so fast, you just have to lay this outside the left edge.
Yeah. Yeah, a little stroke, just getting it left, let it go right. Wow, it just kind of flattened out and went left at the hole. Feels like I did not see that.
And Mickelson's going to finish with a par. You see 39 for Phil Mickelson.
Not a comfortable feeling playing 9 holes and you're already 6 shots off the lead. Not the start that you want.
Yep. Jason Day needs this for even par 36. So 12.5 feet here to save par. And stay level.
Definitely outside the hole here on the right. Pretty flat putt, maybe a little uphill. I mean, it's a good putt to make. Oh, just And rammed it through the break there. Was expecting it to go. Just didn't do anything. That hole, I think, is a little bit flatter than what the guys are anticipating.
Yeah, he's got bogey 2 of his last 300.
Yeah.
Go 1 over on the back.
Yeah, and they're kind of uncharacteristic errors. A 3-putt and then an up and down that was kind of straightforward for him, and not, I mean, just not very good for his skill set, for his abilities. That's going to be disappointing. That's going to be 2 shots that he feels like he just gave away.
And Fleetwood is going to try and clean up this short putt to shoot 34 on the front, and he does. And Tommy Fleetwood is in that group at 3 under, or 2 under rather. And we get ready to go to the front 9 with our feature group, but Marty Smith tells us that launch monitors, swing coaches, and constant analysis, that's what golfers are looking for, data and feedback. And golf's become a game of math.
Golf's beauty, its place in nature, the fluidity of a swing is a calming presence on the outside. But inside the mines, inside the ropes, it's a complex numbers game, a mathematical equation the pros are constantly trying to solve.
Numbers define my whole game. I use numbers in every situation, whether it's putting, chipping, driving, iron play, off downhill slopes, uphill slopes.
The higher pressure creates an application of force upward, which makes the ball have lift.
Science helps. The more you kind of think like a scientist, you try to problem solve in a logical way.
I have a guy on my team who just does stats. If I can make 2 or 3 decisions a week that help me a 1/10 or a couple tenths of a shot, it can add up.
I love looking at the numbers. To me, that gives me the answer as to what I need to do to get better.
At certain times you can be kind of have 5 or 6 numbers in your head, and so it can be pretty confusing.
Golf is best played with freedom, freedom of movement and mind, steeled by preparation. These days, preparation is a number and then another. So that begs the question, at what point does it become paralysis by analysis?
It's certainly possible to overcomplicate things in your mind. There's a point where you could get a little bit too drawn into those numbers.
Vertical factor, total distance is carry distance over carry plus roll. Average dispersion is. Can I even stop a 6 before the water?
As far as the statistical numbers, I'm looking at ball speed, I'm looking at club head speed, looking at spin rate a lot. That's a big one. If I have an 8-iron with a 8-knot wind, if I draw it, it'll affect it 12 yards. If I cut it, it'll affect it 26 yards.
1 yard can mean a ball in the water on 15 at Augusta to tap an eagle.
You can improve by just understanding the math and physics of what you're doing.
There is essentially a formula to become the best player in the world.
You get some guys like Bryson that are talking about completely different stuff.
How much wind's into us, how much is the ball going to bounce and roll out. You have to look at it and be very diligent.
I mean, I could give you 35 different stats numbers, but they're all going to lead to the same place at the end of the day.
Thinking too much. It's a little white ball that doesn't even move. Come on, Marty, you're an athlete. Just hit the ball at the hole. I never was good at math.
Oh, great stuff as always from Marty Smith. And we now move from the second 9 to the first 9 here at Quail Hollow Club. This George Cobb design in 1961, and it's a par 35 now, the only par 5 on this front side is the 7th. There's the difference in the 2 9s. You see the routing. No hole plays. There are no 2 consecutive holes in the same wind direction. As Tommy Fleetwood now is in a group at 11. and there are 10 players on the golf course at 3 under par.
Well, this first hole is a dog leg left to right. Tommy likes to draw it, if anything. So he's either got to try to slide a cut here or take an aggressive line off the tee. It's hit up the tree line on a really good line, kind of at the right edge of that far bunker.
Boy, that is hammered. That bunker that you see, that target line we had here at the first, is 353 yards away. So Tommy could kind of let that one go, and he did. By the way, 8 years ago, this hole played as the hardest opening hole at the PGA since 1997.
Yeah, when they redid it, they added a bunch of length and a bunch of curve to it. You know, it used to be pretty much a very simple straightaway hole, and it is far from it now. They actually combined the first and second hole of the previous generation and made this monster. Yeah, that was
crushed
huge. I mean, that ball never touched the fairway until it landed. It was over the trees for a big portion.
So here's Jason Day. If this is a game of tag, he's got a match here, right?
It is nice when you see the guys in front of you just absolutely give you the perfect plan. I mean, you already saw it twice, so it's in your brain. You know it's coming.
Well, he started this up the left and cutting back towards that bunker. That looks perfect.
So Jason Day, all three of our players in the fairway here at the first as we make the turn at the 2025 PGA. And we keep telling you there's all the talk about 16, 17, and 18. Well, the opening hole here at Quail Hollow is also no joke.
It's a long one. It's definitely a hard one. You know, when you tee it up in that first hole, you have to hit a perfect drive. You're going to make bogey.
Yeah, it's intimidating. You've got those 3 big bunkers that are looking at you from the fairway. But if you miss that tee shot, then obviously you're just trying to scramble for a 4.
The green is pretty narrow, which makes it challenging. It kind of slopes right to left, so you got to hit 2 really quality shots. You got to look for birdie there.
It's just a relentless golf course, and it starts with the first hole.
Well, I kind of did that there because then if you drop the spin down. Well, look, I hit a fade around it. Yeah. And I'm 30 behind you, 40 behind. Well, because the wind. Yeah.
And we welcome you back to Charlotte. First round coverage of the 2025 PGA Championship. The 107th edition continues here. Feature group coverage on ESPN Plus. And our threesome has made the turn to the front side here at Quail Hollow. Great to be with Hunter Mahan and Graham Dillette, West Durham, and We look at these tee shots here at the par 4, Hunter.
Look at those lines. What trees? Irrelevant to me. I'm just gonna bomb it right over them. Definitely on this hole, right? Like, I mean, those drives are obviously long in distance, but the angles, right? Like J Day went a little bit more left, kind of peeled it around there, and he's about 40 yards shorter than Mickelson, who took it straight up and over and cut the whole corner.
Yep.
Massive difference, though, when you think about it. 215 to 173. I mean, that's like 3 clubs.
So Day's second.
Yeah, 213 here, guys. He's placed 6 down from the fairway where he's at. And this pin is just kind of perched up on this little ridge. Anything short kind of repels back towards you. If you get it past the hole, it'll just trickle over the back edge. Wind is in, out of the left, but the flag blowing right to left right now. He's kind of started at the middle of the green, cutting towards the right edge.
Bunker. And now Fleetwood. Hit his drive pretty good too. Looks a little more square to the green though here, does Tommy.
Yeah, he's kind of shooting right up the green, isn't he? You can kind of see the path, kind of pathway for him. He's probably looking right at the tower right there. Those bunkers are just so massive. They're like bigger than the green themselves, right? I mean, they're just huge. But I mean, it's a perfect, that number 1 behind the green is a perfect target line for him. 199 playing a little downhill.
I thought in his first 9, look, he missed birdie putts early, but I thought he gave himself opportunities with good second shots.
Yeah, it could have been 2 or 3 shots lower, really. But that was a really, really efficient 9. Really almost easy in a way.
7-iron for Tommy, right at it, drifting a little left now.
Yeah, but it's good. That's really good.
Went with like a low puncher to try to like run it up that little slope there. Boy, he's really just, I mean, he's pulling the string on the shot so well right now. He's just hitting these little flat shots, low, high. He can kind of do whatever he wants with the ball.
Kind of roll back down the hill with slope there.
Yeah, I mean, this is a treacherous green for a hole that's this long.
So Mickelson is downhill certainly after the drive of 315, Graham.
175 is his number. Like you said, downhill probably 6 or 7 from here. Something at that 1 is perfect, like Hunter said. He's hit this really nice, good clean contact just left of the hole.
See if it rolls back. There it goes. It's going to roll, tumble right back.
Kind of unlucky. Those are 2 really, really good shots right there. I mean, this is just a tough green for a hole this long. I mean, that's really challenging.
So Mickelson and Fleetwood going to have birdie putts. Day is in the bunker on that right side here at the first.
Which isn't really too bad. I mean, he can, in that bunker, it's kind of downhill. He's so good out of bunkers, so good around the greens.
Now, this hole has been shortened by 19 yards since the 17 PGA was here at Quail.
You rarely hear a hole get shortened nowadays. That's kind of a
but
oxymoron.
You know, remember they had done the design work. Tom Fazio came in here in the myriad of kind of his tinkering and adjusting. he combined the former first and second holes here to change this to the 500-yard hole.
Oh yeah, it was the first hole was a really nothing hole. It was dead straight away when they kind of in the 2010 it was just kind of straight away. You could hit a 3-wood, a little 9-iron. It was kind of a nice start to the round because you knew you had 3, 4, 5, 6 were some big holes. So you had a really good opportunity. Now this is like you better get into the round right away, or you're going to start with a 6 and be really upset. And so this is a tough green.
Don't forget more feature group coverage right here on this channel at 125. Jordan Spieth, Patrick Reed, and Ludwig Oberg. That'll be our group. We'll see early tomorrow morning here at Quail Hollow. Pretty excited about that, to be honest.
Patrick has had a lot of success on this golf course.
Yeah.
He really likes it.
Yep, Reed has played well here. And you see the details here on the approach shots from the fairway at 1. And here is Jason Day out of that right bunker.
Yeah, and it's kind of a tricky bunker shot because everything runs away, but he's hitting right up the spine here. So anything that gets going left will go left. And if he carries it a little too far, it's actually going to go right.
And that's pretty good. And getting better just by the hole.
That's quick. That's a lot of run out. That was a really well executed shot. Used the slope, just got it out of the bunker. Landed about 6 feet on the green and just let the slope take care of the rest. And from right there, he's watching the putt. He's watching that ball roll, see how it's going to do on his next putt there. Really nice. Didn't overcomplicate that shot.
Meanwhile, Mickelson and Fleetwood are going to have a putting contest back down the hill here.
Yeah, Mickelson's going to be in his back pocket watching this putt.
No question about that. Is a little bit of a double breaker too. It's going to move right as it goes up this ridge, and then once it crests, it's definitely going to at least straighten out, and maybe we even want to move left up on top.
Remember, he missed putts at 10 and 11. One for 16, one from 15. Then he made a 10-foot birdie, a 16-foot birdie, and just a tap in for his 3 straight 13 through 15.
Yeah, up and to the right. Should go left, and it did. Didn't get it far enough right. Easy fella.
Boy, Fleetwood is skated. That's more than a couple that have gone 3-4 feet by, right?
Yeah.
It's such a tricky putt.
There you go, Graham. Phil just dropped right in his pocket.
Hello, neighbor.
I'm looking at how difficult it is to get the pace right on this putt, and then we go back 200 yards in the fairway. Like, how you get it close to this hole, I have no idea.
So Fleetwood left the birdie putt. He's again going to have about 4 feet, and here's Mickelson. How much schooling did he get? Guy with his reputation and legacy doesn't need much, I don't think.
He's seen everything in his long career. Still impressive. 54. Is he 54 years old? Just loves golf, loves the game, loves everything about it.
Trying to see if it'll go back, and
He's
not
waiting
quite
for
enough.
it.
He was. So both Fleetwood and Mickelson. Phil's just going to tap in. As I'm going to tell you now, 27 career made cuts at the PGA. He did not make the cut last year at Valhalla. He is tied for first, by the way, in made cuts at the PGA Championship. And this is his 32nd appearance.
It's kind of crazy. He's tied for first. Who's he tied with?
Well, one is easy. You know, one of them. Jack Nicklaus.
Okay, I guess I assume that.
Right.
Let me finish my sentence, please.
All right, who do you think the second one is?
Oh boy. Or yeah.
You got to go back, but I will say, Masters champion I mean, a guy who's in the World Golf Hall of Fame the whole night.
Well, that seems obvious, I guess. I mean,
but that's the neighborhood. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Gary Player.
There it is.
Oh, there's Raymond Floyd. Oh man, love Ray. That's awesome. What a stud he is. That guy was so intense. I mean, he was like, what a golfer.
He'd just make a birdie and walk off and point at you. Just point at you. I made a birdie.
Yeah, kids call that swag nowadays. I mean, just that.
Ray Floyd had swag.
Oh, dude, he was.
The visor, the Sansa belt slacks, the whole
bit. He had his own thing out there. Like he had his own brand before it was a brand or whatever. I mean, he just intense. The intensity is so cool, right? Like he just found his way. His swing wasn't pretty, but man, he's got the job done.
By the way, Dillette, Raymond Floyd, native North Carolinian too.
He was
I wouldn't mind being from down in these parts here right now. It's beautiful out here.
Yeah. Check with us tomorrow, Saturday, when the humidity cranks up a little bit.
Yeah, you're not going to like it out there, buddy. You don't want those afternoon groups. The morning is pretty sweet right now. Ray was my assistant captain on the Ryder Cup team in Valhalla, and he was. I'd never met him before. I was intimidated to see him, and he was the best. He was the nicest. He was the best guy to be around. He was just huge for us.
Yeah, it's a pretty good list. Mickelson's on though.
Oh my gosh.
Nicklaus, Floyd, Mickelson.
That's awesome.
Fleetwood for the par here to stay 2 under. And he gets it.
Center cut.
Yeah. You can roll it by 3 or 4 feet, Hunter, when you got the nice soft stroke to make them on the comeback.
Yeah, I just pick those up nowadays. Say it's just write it down for 4 boys. Let's go. Let's just keep it moving. I don't want to be out here any longer than I need to be.
Off to the second now. This is 452, the stock number. A couple yards further today. Par 4, big turn to the left here.
It'll be interesting to see if those guys want to take it over that tree, take a 3-wood and try to just rip a draw. I could see Tommy doing either one. Phil's hitting that nice fade, so we'll see kind of what he wants to do. Jay will probably hit a 3-wood and try to wrap it around those trees. Uphill second shot. Plays about 7-8 yards uphill. Obviously, anything right of that flag today could go off the green. Want to be really smart on your second shot. You don't want to hit this thing anywhere near the edge of the green. It's going to roll off, 15 yards all the way back down, maybe into the first cut, maybe even to the thick rough. So a good hole, a good test here.
See that Fleetwood looks like he's got the driver out.
Yeah, he does, and he likes to turn the ball over ever so slightly, so this hole actually suits his eye pretty well, but he still has to cheat the left side. This hole playing almost straight downwind here off the tee.
It's got the Fujikura Ventus shaft in it.
There you go. With these soft fairways, these guys don't have a little bit less to worry about, because this fairway definitely rolls left to right. So normally you would really worry about the bounce, but today you can just kind of rip it. Oh, he's hooked it left. Doesn't want to hear those trees.
Nobody moving around, so.
Nobody did anything. Sometimes it's funny when you're like a natural draw player like Tommy is, and then you almost try to draw it, you almost overdo it. It's sort of like if there was nothing in front of you, you would just hit your little 3-yard draw. But
yeah. Mickelson really stepped on the drive at 1.
And for a lefty, obviously this is a cut hole, or else he's got that really high pounded one like he did on the last.
He's hit a couple cut drives already today.
He's setting up for that high bomb.
He's just started up the left side and cutting. He's flirting with that tree.
And he's in the fairway, Graham.
Perfect.
Another one pounded around the corner. Well, you let Phil use a rangefinder. He's a guy this week, isn't he? He does not waste. I want to have a look. It's the 3rd or 4th time we've seen him go grab the rangefinder.
Right after the shot. Where is it? Where is it? It's a weird. It is a weird visual. I mean, watching these guys grab a rangefinder.
There's Day now.
Yeah, driver also for Jason, and as far as he hits it, he definitely has to cheat this left side as well.
He's hit his last 2 fairways, just 3 on the day, and that will
Way
not
left
be on the
here.
fairway unless it's really gassed. No trouble here at 2 for Day and Fleetwood. That one might have caromed around a little bit. We'll sort it out as we continue with round 1 at Quail Hollow.
There are 10 doglegs on this golf course. 5 go to the right and 5 go to the left. And I'm standing at the corner of the dogleg, and the tee is way back there and the green is in that direction at number 2. And this is a classic dogleg hole. I'm at 300 yards, and if you go 300 yards, actually, distance-wise, it's not too much of a judgment. You just got to be accurate. But as soon as you cut the corner of the dogleg, you're only aiming at this sort of length of fairway. And let's have a look and see what the advantage you have by hitting it a little bit longer. 320 yards up there. I was talking to Rory McIlroy in December. He's in Dubai, and asked him how far he hit the ball off the tee. He said 320 yards is quite a relatively easy carry, but I've got to hit it solidly. If you hit it 320 yards, you've got from 160, 135 yards left. A little bit helpful. But he said if I can open my shoulders, I can get it out there at 340 yards, as with someone like Bryson DeChambeau. And look at the advantage you get. You've cut the corner from up here. The greens were quite a capacious green, and you've only left yourself 110 yards. What do you imagine it? For 10 dog legs, you've got to play them 4 times, so you've got these holes 40 times, and the advantage you've got, if you can get it round the corner of the dog leg for the week, is huge. You've got to find the fairway. Sometimes taking a chance pays off.
Thanks to Ken Brown, you see the par 4 second here. 454. And Mickelson was 304 into the fairway. Fleetwood and Jason Day are in the trees in that dog leg on the left side. And Day's got 132 to the pin. Fleetwood, this will be the first spot of real trouble for him today. Under 200 yards on a second shot.
Well, he's got a window, but I don't know if he can get it actually all the way to the green. The hard thing is going to be actually getting it in the fairway, because if it lands in the rough, kind of where J-Day is ahead of him, it'll kind of dig in. If it lands on the fairway, it's most likely going to chase through.
Yeah.
And the other option, he can hit some sort of big high cut. He's got to sort of fit it in.
Number one rules getting forward. It runs through obviously on the general that's it. Yeah.
Well, he did contemplate for a while just coming. Yeah, and I think that this is the smart play. The reason, because it's such a difficult pitch out underneath those trees, so he's just playing this smart.
And he's going to flip it out there.
Yeah, it didn't look like the other option was you weren't going to gain that much, right? If you could hit the green and be on the left side, but it didn't even look like you could. So it was sort of a massive risk for not much reward, as well as he's hitting it. You got to remember how good you're hitting it and just get it back in position, hit on the green, and you can still make a 4. It's like double out of play.
The old adage, you got to play percentages.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in trouble, recognize you're in trouble and get out of it, and then kind of reset.
Mickelson. And Phil was standing over the ball when Fleetwood made his swing, so he wasted no time. He's in the back of the green here at 2, or at least above the hole, which is 18 on and 9 from the right. And tell you what, he was trying to keep it left of that bunker and did, but he's above the hole.
Yeah. I mean, solid shot. I mean, I think he hit it. I think he hit it when it was the way you wanted it. It just went so far. And now it's going to be a quick putt downhill.
This feels like Hunter and Graham, a pretty big shot coming for Tommy Fleetwood, doesn't it?
I think more than anything, he made the right decision, because if the last shot was the big one. If he tried to chase something up there, he could easily catch a limb and he'd have the same shot again. So you're just trying to give yourself a look at par. I mean, bogeys are going to happen around this golf course.
Yeah, you can come back from a bogey, but when you make double on a course, when you see so many people under par, I mean, that's just a killer. And especially as well as he's playing right now. I mean, to make a double, it seems so silly. I mean, he's got a short iron in his hands here.
We've got 3 guys who've gone to 4 under now, so Fleetwood is 2 back of the lead as he plays his 11th hole. It's the second in our coverage. This threesome started about 11 minutes to 8 on the 10th.
This is a 9-iron here for Tommy. There's a little knoll just short of this hole. You have to kind of get it up on top because it can kind of repel it back like we saw in the last hole.
Going with like a kind of a punchy shot.
Oh boy.
Yeah, really good.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why you make the smart play, hit it back in play, go to your strengths, which is your irons. And now he's got a great chance to make 4 and keep that momentum. And that's why you have a caddy and you talk about it and you kind of the ego of the player always wants to kind of go for it and kind of see it. And the more you think about it, the more you realize it's kind of wasted.
Boy, he did a great job holding through.
Look at that. He does such a great job through the shot. He's so connected, right? His arms and his chest and everything just gets through it.
Jason Day from the rough had a path.
Yeah, that was a pretty good shot. He did have a look there, but he had to manufacture something.
So Day's on the green in 2. He'll have a birdie putt. Dillette walking by there, looking good on his 11th hole.
Hopefully he brought an extra pair of socks so he can switch those out.
You notice he's in the fairway. Other guys are in the rough. I'm in the fairway.
Yeah, he's not gonna. Yeah, he's done with the rough and stuff.
So up the fairway they go here at 2. This hole has been a top 10 in terms of difficulty, and it's stop on the tour since 2018. And Tommy Fleetwood's going to have a pretty important putt coming up here to save par.
Yeah, it's one of the few holes that's so tree lined. The trees are really in your face.
Yep.
Most of this course now, they've gotten a lot of rid of all the trees that are kind of shape the hole. So it's a lot bigger opening, but on 2 it is really tight. Those trees are really, you know, on your left. And Tommy kind of found out the hard way, kind of hit it and actually almost kicked it back. Jason got lucky, bombed it over it, got past it, only had 130 or so in, and was able to just hit a wedge up onto the green and have a good look for birdie. Phil's got a really tricky fast putt on this hole. It's going to be quick.
So Mickelson going to have a look first here.
Hunter called it. I mean, very fast putt. Phil's been around here so many times, he knows, but this is one that could fool a guy who doesn't know. Super quick.
So this second hole is the 9th easiest so far, after being one of the top 10 hardest 8 years ago.
Wow, very short stroke for such a long putt. Thinking it's going to go left, it's taken forever to get going. It actually ended up being a pretty straight putt. Great touch as always.
So a long putt from Mickelson. He'll make par, but still 3 over. You know, you think back to early in his career, he's always been one of those guys that if he takes a long putt and it ends up like 2 or 3 foot, he wants to finish. Bang. Get up there and tap it in, right?
Yeah, he doesn't waste much time.
He doesn't linger around.
No.
So a couple of pars for Phil here on the back. Their front, the front 9, but their back 9 today. And now we'll get to Jason Day.
Yeah, well, as fast as Phil's putt was there from his left, that means this thing's got to be swinging pretty good. Also downhill slightly.
Jason Day.
Looks good.
Yes.
Yes, J-Day with the birdie here on 2.
Yep, 19-foot putt. And Jason Day back to even. Birdied the second hole on each of the 9s.
This would be a heck of a 4 for Tommy.
Oh, he pushed it. Just drifted on him. So the 10-foot par putt drifts away, and Fleetwood has made 2 bogeys in the last 4 holes to fall back to 1 under. And look now at the third. 488 today, which is the stock number here on the par 4 at Quail.
Tee shot plays a little downhill. Second plays a little bit uphill. Bunker on the right off the tee that you'd like to avoid, but this is a full send driver on this hole. Pin today, back corner left, 24 up, 7 from the left. You see that slope right in the middle of the green. Guys are going to be looking to land right on top of that and let it get off. Probably aim just, that tower is going to be a good line, maybe left edge of the tower. Fly at about 5 or 6 yards short of the hole. Avoid the bunkers at all costs on this hole.
Ooh-wee. Playing at 4.31, only 2 birdies.
Lots of bogeys. Yeah, if you miss your drive, get out of position. It's too long to be able to get up on the green.
Jason Day will be first here at the third.
Kind of was a drawer early in his career. Now he's kind of more of trying to fade it. This one's kind of starting left, trying to cut back. I don't know if it's going to cut back enough. Perfect.
Yep. Hangs right there at the top of the crest. This might be the straightest fairway at the golf course.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, look at that. You can see all the way to the green. It is dead straight in front of you. Amazing, just massive trees on this hole.
That's ripped again. He's had drives of 315, 304.
All carry, by the way. I mean, that's all carry. He's pretty good rhythm with the driver right now. I mean, that's really not his problem. Might as well check it out since you can.
I think it's
rangefinder.
I think he's looking to see if that's in the short grass.
Yeah, a lot of these bunkers go straight from the fairway into the bunker, right? So your line could be in the fairway, but if it goes a little bit too far, you can end up in the bunker. Tommy right side of the tee box. When the driver started left side, hold. Oh wow. Right on the intermediate and the thick rough line right there. That's going to be a little tricky.
So in the first cut, Fleetwood, who gave a shot back, is 1 under. Don't forget, today's live odds are brought to you by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Use the promo code now, Birdie, when you get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the app, use the promo code Birdie to get started today. And Tommy Fleetwood in our live odds is 30-1. Jason Day 110-1, and Phil Mickelson is 2,000-1 in the live odds. As we play on here in the first round of the 107th PGA Championship, Fleetwood in that first cut's going to be 188 away. You see Mickelson in the bunker did drop in. Jason Day's in the fairway with 206 to the hole. As we rejoin the action out at 3. Day with the birdie, back to even. A moment ago, Fleetwood has bogeyed 2 of his last 4 to go from 3 under to 1 under. And the big board's got Jaeger, Echeverria, Alex Noren, and Luke Donald. Luke Donald's 4 under with 3 to go, by the way, on his round.
We got the captains up there.
Yeah, how about that?
Donald's at 4, Bradley's at 3.
Yep.
I mean, the guys are playing really well. Luke playing really well. On a golf course you wouldn't think would fit his skill set. That's really impressive stuff right there. Alex Noren, fun fact, college roommate.
No kidding.
Yeah, he was my roommate. Yeah.
Out at Stillwater?
In Stillwater, of course.
Guys go to Eskimo Joe's, did you, a couple times?
Oh, of course. We were, you know, welcome with open arms in there. Cheese fries, delicious cheese fries there at Eskimo Joe's.
No question. Here is Jason Day with 206 to the hole.
Yeah, this is a 6-iron for J Day, and looking just right at the hole. The wind mostly out of the left here right now. He's flighted this down, but he's lost it out to the right. He's probably going to catch the right edge, but not great.
Oh, bounced through into the back.
Yeah, he's lost a lot of those mid-irons, long irons to the right, kind of hitting like a low peeler off. I mean, he's trying to do that with the swing, kind of keep his hands low and around to make sure the club doesn't kind of get past him, but it's almost like he's overdone that.
.188 for Phil here. This is a 7-iron out of the bunker. He's got to get it up a little bit. I mean, it's not a problem, but he's probably hitting it higher than he would like to. He's actually hit a strong flight trying to draw it in there.
Be right, he says. Wow.
Wow.
Really good shot. Flew it all the way to the hole out of that bunker with a 7-iron from 188 yards. Flew it 193 probably.
Yep. And it skipped around the skirt right there at the back, so he's got a putt out of that shot. Unbelievable. And now Tommy Fleetwood. Well, this is far more into the cut than I thought here.
Yeah, it's just a little bit awkward, and then that big tall tree that's about halfway to is somewhat of a factor. He's either got to hoist this thing up or turn it around. He's gone up, just barely got over the trees, but this is going left.
Yeah.
Boy, that it was pretty clear that rough grabbed that heel through there.
Yep.
Did not. I mean, it looked like it was close to it, but.
And now he's going to have the pitch over the bunker.
I mean, really disaster. You couldn't hit it in a worse spot.
Yep. So Fleetwood is struggling here at the third after a bogey at the second. Let's check in with our PGA professional Natalie Sheehan, who's in Frisco, on pre-shot routines and their value.
Thanks, guys. So even though Tommy Fleetwood is having a rough couple of holes here, I want you to notice what both he and Jason Day do prior to hitting every shot. They are doing what I like to call a dress rehearsal before they actually step in and hit their shot. And what they do, you'll see Tommy Fleetwood making some slow, purposeful practice swings. Now, you can do whatever you're working on in your swing. Maybe you're working on getting the club a little less stuck behind you. So maybe your dress rehearsal looks like this. Just nice and slow. We don't need to take an all-out, full-on practice swing every time just because you feel like you need to take a practice swing. So I want you to use whatever you're working on in your swing and notice how they do the same thing every time before they hit. So they're going to do their rehearsal back here. They're visualizing their shot in their mind, and then they're going to step into their shot, look at their target, and go ahead and hit. Really tapping into having an excellent pre-shot routine is going to help you perform better when you're out on the golf course. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Natalie. Appreciate it as always from out at Frisco. And here's Fleetwood on that third tee going through his routine.
He's actually, I mean, he's short-sighted, but he's thankfully landing this into an upslope where this pitch is going to land. So he's got that helping him, but it's still a difficult shot.
Well, takes his time, deliver it through, and bangs it away. Now he's out of the rough. He has gone up to that kind of that tight, rough lie. I want to say tight lie in the sense not from necessarily the terrain, Graham, but the look, and he's got to go almost right over the bunker, doesn't he? It's crazy how this is. Mickelson, you see off the back, and right in that skirt area of the green, and here is Fleetwood.
Yeah, sorry guys, I jumped in there a little early, but this pitch is back up the hill. It's the one thing he's got going. He's got a pretty clean lie.
Put it right over the rim of the bunker, and about 8-9 feet there again.
Boy, the ball stopped really quick there, Graham. I mean, from a shot with not that much green around it. I mean, he seems slightly disappointed with that.
I think he would have expected a little bit better from that. It was an easier shot than it maybe looked. J-Day's here is pretty simple, but it's got a lot of break in it.
So, chip here for Day.
Asking for it to sit. Yeah, I mean, that was great effort, solid right there. I mean, I think he was looking at that shot like a putt, like he could just get it out to the right with a good touch and let it roll left. I think that first hop, he was really surprised because it had no check. It just immediately started to roll. Phil's straight downhill again on this hole. It's probably going to be going, it's going to go to his right. Yeah, and Phil's hit a ton of really good shots, but he just can't seem to find a putt that he can be aggressive on. It seems like every putt he has, he's got to almost lag it up there.
Exactly right. I mean, he hit a beauty into the first and just caught that slope, but the second he flagged it just a little too deep, and same here, flagged it. But I mean, this is a very fast putt. You can just breathe on this thing.
I don't think it has enough. Just stop short.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost against his nature to be able to just tap it like that. I mean, he wants to hit those putts. He wants to knock them in the hole, and he has to play defense so much right now.
He's still 3 over. 4 bogeys and a birdie on the front. Nothing but par so far through 3 on his second 9.
And he's got some opportunities up ahead, so I think he's thinking if he can finish an even par, he's still, you know, in decent shape going into tomorrow.
This feels like a pretty big putt here for Tommy Fleetwood, guys.
And there's a little frustration there when he hit that third shot. It was the first time all day I've just noticed that he just hasn't really. You can just tell that those last few holes are kind of getting to him here. So these are big ones to kind of right the ship, Hunter, and just kind of get back on track.
Yeah, he's thinking to himself that he's playing much better than his score right now, and to not get much out of it in a major championship in this format and the way the weather is, everything is so perfect. To only be 1 under and putting for par right now, maybe going back to even, is going to be pretty disappointing.
Shoots it right up the line and it holds, and he'll make another bogey.
Yeah, I mean, to be even par right now, as good as he's been hitting it, is. I mean, it's just getting nothing out of your game right now. Couldn't really feel like you could be any worse with the 3 bogeys in the last 5 holes after that start. I mean, it's really infuriating for a guy who's playing so much better than that right now.
So 3 bogeys in his last 5 holes puts him back to even. Very disappointing stretch here for Tommy Fleetwood. And Jason Day, who is at even par, to try and stay there here at the 3rd. And he misses. Goodness. This will be his 3rd bogey of the day in 6 holes.
Yeah, misread there. He's looking at it like, what did you just do to me? And after a good pitch, a decent pitch there. I mean, he knew it was going to break that direction, right toward the front of the green, and he probably thought he was short enough and going to put a little more speed on it. Would not break.
All right, so as we go to the par 3 4th, it brings around a conversation we were having before we came on the air this morning, Hunter and Graham. If they're premium holes on the front or on the golf course, where are they? Well, 4 through 8 are candidates, especially the last 2. And then Billy Cratchit was walking by. He chimed in on our discussion to talk about where, if you're going to make a move, where do you start? Well, if you're going to have a chance, you got to go here, right?
Absolutely. And it's perfect timing for all 3 of these guys. They need to create some momentum for themselves to get kind of going. They're kind of sluggish and struggling right now. It's a 186, 5th easiest hole. And massive green, big left to right, huge, not super deep, but 186, so it's mid to short iron almost for these guys nowadays.
Yep.
Not a bad hit. This pin for Phil, hitting a lot of cuts. I think he's going to be really, really aggressive, especially if he likes the number. Wind maybe kind of coming back into him, maybe slightly, but I mean, I see hyper aggressive Phil right now, and he's going to take aim at this flag and figure out how do we hit this thing 6 feet, because I'm rolling it really good right now. Swing feels pretty good. We just got to give ourselves better looks than these 30-foot downhillers.
18 on and 5 from the left here at the par 3.
Yeah, and directly on line, only about 8 short. So if you do take it dead on, your distance control has to be pretty good. Just right of this hole is actually not too bad. Everything kind of feeds in there a little bit if you can hit some sort of cut.
Easiest hole 8 years ago, guys, of the par 3s.
This ball started kind of just right of the hole and just kind of staying there. Looks pretty good.
Oh,
bunker. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, that's just not a good miss. I mean, that's 12, 13 yards off without much wind right now. That just seems, he just seems a loss right now. He just doesn't understand why they're just kind of picking the wrong club, wrong yardage right now. Because these don't look like bad swings.
Yeah, I got. Yeah, pretty close.
Jason Day off a bogey.
This is his 8-iron.
He's been kind of cutting a lot of his irons, kind of hitting these flat cuts, kind of starting right and tailing off. Not the great fly for
this one. He's launched way up in the air, just right of the hole.
That was awesome.
Yep.
Great shot.
As the day moves on, the bounces are still there too.
They're incredible. It's incredible how high it's bouncing and how quickly it stops. I mean, you're seeing these massive bounces with like an 8-iron, but then it just stops dead right in its track. So kind of really interesting with all the weather and all the sub-air and all the technology that these courses have now. It's interesting how they can manipulate so quickly.
So here's Fleetwood. 3 bogeys in the last 5 holes to fall all the way back to even. Remember, he had the lead in the front 9, or on the backside of the golf course here. He was tied for the lead.
This is 7-iron for Tommy.
That
thing hits so far right, you guys.
Holy cow.
That is over the right bunker and on the collar and a mile from the hole.
After you hit 8-iron on 18, I would have thought he'd just rip an 8-iron and just say, this is my high draw, gonna go right at it.
Long sequence coming up here. Oh boy, Mickelson, Fleetwood, and Jason Day. Things getting a little bumpy as we move to the middle 3 on the front 9 of our opening round. We welcome you back to the 2025 PGA Championship on behalf of the PGA of America and their more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals who remind you we love this game. And delighted to be with Hunter Mahan, Graham Dillette, Wes Durham. Our feature group coverage here with Tommy Fleetwood, Jason Day, and Phil Mickelson. As we roll on this Thursday from Quail Hollow Club, you see the opening shots at the par 3 third, or 4th rather. Day is only about 13 feet away. That's pretty much 50% of the proximity. And here is Fleetwood's second. Boy, that's really nice. From about 111 feet.
Great touch on that pitch shot.
So he'll have about 5 feet for par. And
yeah, flew it quite a bit of the ways there. And on these greens, you really want to focus on where am I going to land it to where I know it's how it's going to bounce and how it's going to react. You've landed at probably 30 feet from them and just let it roll out there. It was excellent.
Yep.
Pretty standard bunker shot here for Phil, but it runs away past the hole. Not his best.
So Mickelson out of the bunker, and he'll have that left for the par. Jason Day, who hit 8-iron, I think you said to me, Graham, off the tee. Boy, he's in great shape after a bogey a hole ago.
Yeah, and he's left it below the hole. It's a pretty good look here. This pin is kind of on this little spine, though. It's like that chip of Tommy's. If it got going right of the hole, it was going to go towards the back edge. If it got going low, it was going to go the other way. So it's one of those ones, if you're aggressive, it can really get away from you.
These are some good pins on a Thursday. There's a lot of ridges these guys are putting over, and there's a lot of spines and a lot of, everything seems to be almost breaking. Could break multiple directions if you get it too far one way or the other. We really haven't seen many putts made. It's a good challenge today.
Foot putt for birdie. And Jason Day just rimmed it on the right side. Stays one over.
Boy, that looked good the whole way. I think he liked his line, he liked his speed, he liked everything about it. It just didn't stay. Kind of a must make for Phil right now. You can't just make another bogey. 8 feet, probably just dropping to his right. Good. Jeez.
Boy.
Just ripped it through the break, hit it too hard.
It's going to be the 5th bogey of the day from Mickelson. To go with 1 birdie and push him to +4. Remember, it's the top 70 and ties that make the cut in the field. And we told you earlier he's made 27 career cuts at the PGA. It's tied for the best all time with Nicklaus and Ray Floyd. Here's Fleetwood now to save the par. And he does. That's well done by Tommy Fleetwood. That's, you think you've made 3 birdies or 3 bogeys in the last 5 holes, and you leave yourself a 5-footer off a par 3 to Cape Par.
Hit a terrible tee shot. I mean, as bad a shot as you can make, and then comes back with a great pitch, kind of collects himself. A beautiful putt. That's how you build momentum for yourself in a round like this. You're gonna have to create it yourself, maybe when you're not swinging as well or you're just in a rut.
I told you Mickelson is at 4 over now. And now we go to the 5th. A look here at the par 4. Dogleg right. Couple of bunkers there in the line. How aggressive you get?
453. Yeah, I mean, it's just driver. Send it. There's no reason to hit it short. I mean, pretty accessible flag today. It's in that 19 on 7 from the right. Can't go right of that flag. It'll flow right off that green right there. But with a great drive, mid to short iron, and be super aggressive to make a birdie. I mean, this is the run, right? This is where you're gonna have to, you know, these next 4 holes, you're gonna have to make something. You want to give yourself opportunities. You don't want to like force feed the hole and start, you know, hitting it 3-4 feet by. But man, this is the time to kind of develop some rhythm and hitting fairways and greens and having some putts for birding, trying to get some touch, trying to collect all the information you've done.
You see the big leaderboard. Cowboys at the top. Alex Noren's gone to 5 under.
Look at that.
3 to play. Luke Donald 4 under with Ryan Fox. Then Keegan Bradley, Matthew Fitzpatrick, a group at 3. And as you see the board unfold, John Rahm 1 under. Robert McIntyre, Andrew Novak, 1 under par.
One of the best ball strikers right now on tour, Novak.
We got an afternoon full of guys ready to go too. Jason Day here at the 5th.
Yeah, I just need to split these bunkers. And the one thing about Quail Hollow 200, most of these bunkers, you can't cover them like you can on most courses on tour. 320 today over that bunker on the right.
Yeah, they've done a lot of redos over the last 10 years and making sure that they stay ahead of the trend of these massive ball strikers, just carrying, you know, like the carry I'm playing was like 290, 300. And now it's like 320, where it has to be at least 320, 330, or these guys are going to just cut it totally off and make that course so much shorter. Perfect drive by Jason right there. .310 to that bunker on the left.
Fleetwood's right down the center, looks like. Yep.
Yeah.
Jason Day almost identical length. You know, we've talked more than once today about the course being extended, bunkers being moved into target lines, if you will, for certainly the elite players that are in this field.
But with all that rain too as well, it's made that course that much longer. As you're watching these drives, the ball's not rolling at all. So when you've got, you know, maybe 310, 315 to a bunker, you know that's just all carry.
Thing I will say though, Hunter, is compared to yesterday when we were out walking, these fairways are really soft, but they're not really wet anymore like they were yesterday.
That's good. Now you worry a little bit about mud balls, but man, it looks good.
3 balls in the fairway as we play on at the 5th here at the PGA.
Yeah. Paulie told me he's like hour 15, hour and a half, whatever you want.
What a feeling to be locked into a battle with another human being in front of millions of other human beings with nowhere to hide and nobody to blame if it goes wrong. Golf is about hitting a ball. Professional golf is about competition.
The words of Wright Thompson bring us back to Quail Hollow. We're at the 5th here, par 4. 453 yards today, and you see Tommy Fleetwood in the fairway at 156, Jason Day 153, and Phil Mickelson 145. Tell you what, Phil's been banging the big dog today, hasn't he? Just hammering the drivers.
Not been a problem for him today.
Nope.
I mean, driver's been actually awesome. Been putting it right where he wants to. Just the distance control has just been off because he's made a lot of really good swings. But and if you're off position on these greens, you cannot be aggressive, and you're just sort of, lagging 20 footers.
By the way, I was noticing during the break, Sean Zach, who covers golf for golf.com, was talking about your buddy Alex Noren contending for the lead, now tied with Ryan Fox with 3 to play. Reminding folks that he had hamstring and glute tears in January.
Oh dear.
Noren did. He played his first event in 6 months last week.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And now he's tied for the lead in round 1 of the PGA.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing to do, to be out of competitive shape, like literally and mentally, to come to a major in a course of this, that requires so much out of you.
Right.
Physically and mentally, to kind of just step right in and play that good is really impressive.
Yep. So Fleetwood will be the first to play here at Quail Hollow, who's hosting the PGA for the 2nd time. 4th time in the state of North Carolina. 1935 was the first time. 1936, sorry. Denny Shute, who by the way won 2 PGAs and an Open championship, won the 1936 PGA at what was then known as just Pinehurst.
Just Pinehurst?
Just Pinehurst.
Just one course?
Well, probably. I'm sure there was more than one. And then 1974, Lee Trevino won at Tanglewood. There's Shane Lowry with Ricky Fowler and that group. Trevino won at Tanglewood in Winston-Salem, 1974. And then, of course, Justin Thomas, the PGA's return to North Carolina here 8 years ago at Quail Hollow. So
this thing started right of the hole, but drawing left of it.
What do you think? I was thinking 65. Yeah, that shouldn't affect the spin that much, should it?
Tommy Fleetwood walks away as
I just want to feel that little bit into it.
I think on the green at 31 feet.
Go back.
So Jason Day next to play.
153 here for J Day, and you can take dead aim here.
Lie a little below his feet.
Yeah, it started left of the hole, cutting towards it.
So
he got a woo.
Yeah.
So that's something.
Close. That's on the
I
green.
mean, that must be. That must be good.
Now we're gonna look at Mickelson.
Any hurt in there?
It's just a little bit there. That little last puck.
I'm feeling a fraction in, so that's not
And John Yarborough and Phil are in constant conversation.
all right.
And it just goes back to
We're right on Pels.
Yeah, exactly.
Now he said right on Pels there, which is I think it's more like a 3/4 swing.
This wind just kind of bouncing around a little bit here right now. I'm up at the green. This on a really good line, but it's turning towards the right edge.
And it'll stay, well, just off the back and not much into the rough. Well, let me ask you this, honey. They said right on Pell's. Is that like Dave Pell's?
Yeah, so Pell's is kind of like they were kind of a 3/4 swing, right? So he felt that puff and was like, well, this is not going to be enough. We gotta take a little bit more club. 3/4 it up there, kind of flight it a little bit, and yeah, he's got those numbers and those shots variance in sort of in that swing.
Yeah. Remember we lost Dave back in the earlier part of the year, right around the turn of the new year, and well, what an unbelievable game changer he was to amateur golf, period. Just guys putting, short game, everything, right?
Clearly way ahead of his time in understanding the short game and just, you know, I think all the analytics kind of came up through him. I think he knew all that, but I don't know if he even knew how to like kind of disperse that information for everyone to really understand. Because his background is, you know, he's sort of a genius in
NASA
all those.
engineer.
Yeah, that's why him and Phil got along so well and understood each other. They're the only ones who could communicate properly with one another, and really, you know, they love to. I mean, Phil loves to dig into the numbers, and like when he talks about a shot, he wants to know. I mean, down to the inch, the breadth of wind. I mean, he wants to know everything. He can take all that information so quickly and come up with a club and come up with a shot and not be confused. And, you know, he wants to hear it all. So, and he breaks it down to every, you know, he knows all his distances from every club and all the little variants. And right now golf is a tough sport. It's just right now he's just a little bit off. I think he's executing. It's just not getting the results.
So 2 balls on the green, and then you've got Mickelson just off the back. 2-time PGA champion. This is his 127th appearance in a major. 32 times here at the PGA. He's had 8 career top 5 finishes at Quail Hollow.
Yeah, I think he's 40-some under par here on this golf course. I mean, he likes it.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, no matter how many times you play the place, it's still brand new to you. You know, the next year, and you got to kind of relearn it. You kind of have to. The temperature changes, all the conditions change, and you know that's the point of golf. Is that every day is sort of a new day. And they've changed the course so much over the last 20 years, so you're learning it quite often.
Kind of a tricky little putt. This is kind of that up and over. The first half is uphill, and then he's going to slide back downhill that last half.
And that's going to roll away, missing to the left. So a longish putt for Mickelson there.
Downhill putt. Probably 30-some feet for Tommy. Up, kind of over, going down. It's hanging out to the right. Really not too quick. Good touch there. Tap in forward. Wanted a little better second shot in there to give himself a better look, but it's all right.
And now Jason Day.
Well, definitely the best look of the 3,
Yeah.
but still, I mean, it's pretty fast. You have to just be aware. It's not one you can really give a good run to. You try to just sort of drip it in.
sure he watched Phil's pretty closely, kind of see how it was going to break once it got up and over that mound and see what it did in the last few feet. It really went left.
That goes rolling by too.
Yeah, just hammered it. I mean, a good putt with good speed. It goes right in, but he just hit it too hard.
So these guys are going to have to clean up pretty decent test for par here.
Yeah, unfortunately, these guys are kind of feeding off their not negative energy, but it's just they're just down right now. Nobody can really get anything going, and they're all kind of just dragging each other down.
Phil from just inside 6 feet here. Nope.
Crazy the amount of shaft lean, Hunter, that he has on his putter. I mean, it's got to be 10, 15 degrees his hands ahead of the golf ball.
He must have a ton of loft on that, you know, because I mean, he knows everything about all his clubs and everything that he does. So he must have a ton of loft, and he just loves to feel like he's, you know, always using his hands ahead. You know, as you see with the short game where he kind of hinge and hold, right? That's sort of his legendary kind of motion and what he really believes in. And so he does it with this putter, but, you know, he gets a little inside 6 feet or so. He usually hammers it too hard and makes that hole too small.
Back-to-back bogeys now from Mickelson. 5 over. Jason Day just a bit closer.
Yeah, pretty stroke right there.
So par for Day, even on the back, 1 over. 2 birdies, 3 bogeys. Fleetwood a par. And another look at the Mickelson putt here. Anything in particular, Hunter, you see?
No, I mean, he knows it's going to break that direction because he just saw it, and he just didn't quite give it enough break. He just doesn't have the touch.
6th hole's par 3, 241 today. And the pin is 11 from the front and 8 from the right.
Plays 9-10 yards downhill. You can see that front slope right there. That flag is about 3 over that. Right is not terrible, not a bad miss at all, but anything left is going to have to be deep. It's going to have to be kind of behind that flag. So you could pick your line. I mean, you could pick a really aggressive line to go at that flag or even right of it, knowing that, hey, if I am just right of that flag, it's going to move off a little bit, but I'm going to be chipping right back up the slope.
Hey, Graham, 2 holes in 1 here since 2003 as the Tour and Championships have made their regular path through Quail Hollow. One belonged to Jay Williams in 2008. The other one to your countryman Corey Connors, 2021.
The guy just knocks down flag sticks, doesn't he?
I was kind of sitting on that material for this very moment for you, my man.
Should be a good golf course for Corey Connors too, as well as he hits it. I mean, I think as the week goes on, you're going to see this leaderboard just kind of start to filter out all the bad ball strikers, and all the elite ones going to climb up to the top. And I agree exactly with what Hunter said here. You can take this on, or even right of the hole is actually the miss.
J-Day setting up right at that flag. 240 with an iron.
This is his 4-iron. And he's kind of whiffed it, but he whiffed it right at the hole. Just left of it now.
Wow. We all should hit such bad one-hand follow-throughs. How about that?
Good shot.
He didn't seem to like that at all when it left.
No. I assumed it was a fan out to the right. That's kind of been his miss today, but it was dead over the flagstick. It's very kind of Hideki Matsuyama's made that famous one-handed finish, and you're like, oh no, what happened? Oh, it's 12 feet instead of 8.
I believe this is Tommy's 9-wood.
Excuse me?
9. He's hit this way up in the air, but lost it right.
Oh boy. That is going to be from the rough, downhill to the short side.
He did that in the last par 3. I'm not sure what's going on.
That ball. Did Fleetwood knock it into the gallery there? I think so.
What kind of loft does a 9-wood have?
I don't know what a 9-wood have. I'm still processing the 9-wood.
I know.
We can do that and just hit it high into the center of the green and not try to. I got a roasty that one.
Yeah, that's just kind of a little stock.
All right, let me have the X. Go off the ground. Go off the ground.
You good with it?
Yeah. I think both are fine. Yeah.
I like it. That is a little.
He had the long iron and went to his lofted fairway wood, and just right off the deck here, Hunter, which means he's probably trying to like squeeze this with a little bit more spin to land it softer.
Yeah, that sounds exactly right. Maybe going for the kind of that high fade, knowing that, you know, right is not bad at all.
Started this way left.
Keep hooking.
And that bounces once on the green and then drops down into the collection area for Mickelson. How about one more look at the Jason Day one-hand finish here, Graham? Hunter?
Goes through. I don't need the right hand. One's good enough.
Oh, me.
The PGA Championship being played in Charlotte, North Carolina, barbecue town. What's your go-to order when it comes to barbecue? Depends on which barbecue. There's Texas barbecue, there's Korean barbecue, there's Japanese barbecue.
I do like barbecue. I will say tri-tip from California.
Charlotte, big on barbecue. I don't think I've had North Carolina barbecue before.
Some ribs, pork, pulled pork, and some sausage.
Okay. I mean, that sounds amazing.
Burn ends all day long.
Do you have a preference when it comes to the region?
It's not a good question for me. I try not to do a lot of meat at home, so like I don't really go to barbecues.
Let me tell you now.
Did you believe anything that Tom Kim just said right there? I don't really. What is he talking about? I mean, are you kidding me? I don't try to eat meat when I'm home. What?
Tommy Fleetwood is right of the green in the rough here at the par 3.
Yeah, this is a tricky shot. He's off a little downslope, and he's landing this kind of on the little spine. He's got to land it short of the green for sure.
Oh my goodness. How good could this be? That is terrific. Huh?
That's so good. You know, it's not a shot you really practice that much. I mean, you're going back to skills and just your touch.
Yeah, a chip of 69 feet. Mickelson is left rough. Look at the 54-foot proximity of the thing, and he gets to 3 feet. Phil's over here some 80 feet away for a chip.
Yeah, off this tight stuff, this ball's going to break pretty hard from his left to right. I think that was a miss hit. He hit behind that one.
It's going to be well short. That's right outside 10 feet, I think, Hunter. Maybe 11.
Yeah, not. You can hear him. It was just not good. It was just immediately off the face. He didn't hit it the way he wanted to. Didn't get the trajectory and the speed. Phil's just off today.
Yeah,
clearly, but just, you know, always seems to be in between clubs. He's just not. It's not sharp. And when he does make a great shot or make a great swing, and it's just flagging it down, it's 30 feet, and now he's got to. You know, he just hasn't been able to get on top of this golf course.
Yeah, he's made 6 bogeys and 1 birdie. This is Jason Day above the hole here.
Gonna be quick.
Yeah, it's a quick putt, and I'm standing right behind this camera guy, right behind Jay Day, so you guys should have a really good view of this, but he's got to lay it out to the left, and it's going to trickle. It's really quick.
What's easier here, speed or line?
It's pairing them up that's the difficult part.
But you got to solve one and then attack the other, right? Birdie chance. It's got to hold. Nope. It's going to drift down. He'll have that for par.
Yeah, from that distance, as soft as you have to hit it, it just seems like you keep adding break and you can't give enough break. And at some point you're like, well, that's way too much until you hit it and you're just watching it. Phil not wasting much time. Kind of just kind of up the slope. Should go a little to his right. I mean,
another bogey.
Looked like a good play. Just, you know, you can't survive hitting 12-footers for par out here.
Nope. That is 3 straight bogeys for Mickelson, and now 6 over par.
Yeah, since that second place finish at the Masters a few years ago, it's been quite a drought. Has not played well really in any major.
This is Fleetwood trying to stay even.
After that amazing shot.
That is a quality up and in right there.
Sure is. Tommy Fleetwood stays even. The 2 bogeys at 2 and 3 here on his back 9. You see the great start, 3 birdies in the first 6 holes, 3 in a row.
could be one of those up and downs, one of those moments in your round in your tournament that you think about.
And
you know,
Jason Day cleans it up too.
He's got the par 5 ahead of him, short par 4. You know, he gets a couple of birdies, and that kind of moment, right, could have kind of propelled him going forward.
And Jason Day at 1 over. Don't forget you can hit the green at the PGA Championship with the ESPN Sportsbook. Start off the tournament with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code BIRDIE to get started today. Well, let's go to the big board. Ryan Fox is done. 4 under 67 today for Fox. Luke Donald a hole to play. Alex Smalley, Alex Noren, JT Poston went on a little bit of a run on the back. He's still got the green mile to go. Tied for the lead. Stefan Jaeger also 4 under. Then 3 under with Bradley, Højgaard, Mighty Max Grazerman. Then Matthew Fitzpatrick is at 2 under. Robert McIntyre's in that group as well. Akshay Bhatia. And then you get to the group at 1 under. John Rahm, Bud Cauley, Harris English, Maverick McNeely. Scotty Scheffler is even. And the name you did not see on that list, Rory McIlroy, who was the tournament favorite. Let's go to the 7th. Shall we, gentlemen? 546, the par 5. The shortest par 5, as you were mentioning a moment ago, Hunter.
Par 5, obviously those bunkers on the left, water on the right. You like to hit at those bunkers and just let it peel off into that fairway. Pin 6 on today, 8 from the left. Anything left of this flag, it's going to probably hit and trickle and roll left and off the green. There's a little collection area over there, right of the flag, another collection area that goes down into the front right of the green. You'd love to just hit it right at this flag, about 15 feet past it. That's kind of the line you're going, but this hole is all about the drive. If you get in the fairway, you can have ego aspirations.
And the wind right now blowing as much as it has all day, mostly into the players. Should be in out of the left. This ball started left.
Getting the congratulations from his playing partners because it's just straight down the middle. Perfect shot right when he needed it. Fleetwood with the driver.
This thing also on a really good line.
They're saying great ball. I mean, perfect. Ball didn't even move in the air. Look at those fairways. I mean, there's not a blade out of place.
Hunter, I heard a rumor that one of these homes on the right side of number 7 is one of your second homes. Is that true?
It's my third. There's only, you know.
Oh no.
This is going right, and there's water over there.
Oh my God.
Speaking of home,
So I don't know if it's water out of
What
bounds.
is he doing over
probably
there?
need a provisional for out of bounds.
yeah, it's over the fence at 7. So Mickelson will have to hit one more here.
For out of bounds. He's not giving me a signal if it's water or not. So
We did hear from Kerry Haig, who handles the PGA course setup. This is his 37th year, by the way, doing that. That anything over the fence at 7 is going to be considered
again,
out of bounds.
it's only for a provisional for out of bounds, not for hazard.
Good piece of game management by Mickelson to declare what this is, because they're a little bit of Oh, nice job.
That's
Little
some moves,
athletic
some
move by the
matrix
bucket
moves
hat,
right
huh?
there, boy. I don't know how he missed that.
Huh? Yeah, you're safe.
Yeah.
You're good, bud.
Yeah.
Nice job. How about that? We'll take a break here. Not all heroes wear capes, guys. Just remember that. Well, look there and look there, huh? Whew.
Oh boy, he's pulled this one wildly left.
I don't know the meaning of it exactly, but I wish people would shout it more, to be honest.
Just like they say about golf, all other four-letter words were used. I think four is an easy thing to shout. I just know in golf, when you yell four, that means hide and cover.
All right!
Appropriate we bring you back because Phil Mickelson's tee shot, the first one here at the 7th, went right, and he elected to hit a provisional, and that one went left. So a pair of fours, if you will.
Pair of fours.
And I believe, you know, in the traditional bat and ball sports, we say this play may still be under review here. It looks like Phil is going to take the provisional. So he'll be hitting 4 from the left rough here at the par 5 7th.
Yeah, basically ends your tournament right there.
Yep. And he's over here in the rough. We do know that because the ball was dodged by 2 of the volunteers working as marshals on the 7th. Meanwhile, back in the fairway, here's Jason Day. .233 to the hole.
The pin just 6 on from the front. I mean, it's going to look like it's barely on the green for these guys.
Crazy how long this hole is playing right now, Hunter. I mean, like I remember hitting 7 irons in here. It's kind of firm and gets a little downwind.
Yeah, I mean, this fairway it's kind of a downhill fairway. Kind of when it gets firm, you get a good bounce and you get 10, 20 yards of roll on it.
Yeah. And only the like carry-wise, carry-wise is fine. So it's been more hit it towards.
Don't drawing. Don't any funny now. The wind should be a little bit. Wind is this way now.
Very sharp.
Just got to draw, yeah?
All right, Hunter, this is the Divine Nine again here. 233. They're trying to draw something. Probably finish on that 7 would be a great shot.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? Like, where do you really want this to end up? Because their hitting area, their landing area up there by the flag is really tiny for a 233-yard 9-wood. There's not much room up there. Like you said, maybe they're just going to go right on the flag and take that front edge out of play and just give themselves an eagle putt.
Way up in the air, kind of towards the right edge of the green.
Long way from the stick.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough 2-putt. But like I said, there's just, I mean, this green is, it's a par 5 green. It's crazy. It's just, there's all kinds of slopes.
233 here for J-Day as well. This is a very similar shot to what they both had on that par 3. A little wiped 4-iron right at it would probably work.
So is this going to be the one-handed one? Is that what they were talking about? Give me the one-handed 4-iron here, Jason. He's looking a little bit more left of it. Boy, he'd love to just hoist this straight up in the air.
Yeah, that's what he was trying to do, but he double crossed
exactly.
it. This is right at the gallery.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah. Got a few one-handed finishes that with different results. Yeah, he kind of tried to hoist it up and then the club got shut. That's going to be, you know, it's a shot that Tommy's had a few times today. Kind of, he's probably going to have to bounce it up short and let it roll up the slope. Oh, boy.
Well, this is very aggressive here. I mean, it's actually kind of a tricky pitch out though too, because he's got this rise in front of him. He has to get the ball up, but he's got to keep it down underneath the tree at the same time. So the window is pretty small.
Yeah, amateurs never they don't realize the rough knocks the ball down. So it's really tough.
It's almost like a punch driver. It went about 30 yards and it did get out of the rough.
Yeah, that's really well done.
So his 5th shot will come from 100 and change to the hole. Don't forget, coming up in our afternoon session here on Featured Groups, Justin Kutcher will be here with you, and Jordan Spieth ready to go. A win would give him the career Grand Slam. It'd be the 2nd this year for us in golf. He'll be joined by Patrick Reed, who 8 years ago was tied for 2nd here at Quail. Likes this golf course, as Hunter said. And then I think Ludwig Åberg might be the most interesting guy in the field this week. He missed the cut at Valhalla last year, 72-70, but he's got 2 top 10s and 2 attempts at the Masters.
Yeah, he's probably has the least experience of all the contenders going in this week, but that might serve him well.
Yep.
And his game suits this golf course, I mean, perfectly.
25-year-old Swedish alum of Texas Tech.
Obviously, that's where Swedes go.
Yeah.
They go to Stillwater and they go to Lubbock. Runs them home, I guess.
Oh, me.
Alex, you know, Nord, another Swede.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Directs from Stockholm to Stillwater, Stockholm to Lubbock. That's how they get there.
I have to change
Easy
in
flights.
Dallas. Don't change in New York or Dallas. Huh?
No,
Just
no, not at all. Straight
in.
straight up.
Yeah, got it. Oh, me. Here's Mickelson. This is his 5th now.
Yeah, close to there.
After the drive was OB and then the provisional to the left rough. Some 5s are better than others. Look like a sandwich, huh?
Way up in the air, but it's going right. That's going to get that little slope on the right side.
Oh boy. This has got double written on it.
Oh man, this is get me out of here written all over.
Well, he had moments today, but not enough, not nearly enough continuity in his game.
No, I mean, he loves to compete and he loves to play, and I think he loves the golfing community. He loves to be in the spotlight, but he just has not had the form the last few years. I mean, it's got to be extremely frustrating for him to kind of come out here and prepare as he always does, because he loves to practice, right? Like guys who do this so long, they love the in between the Thursdays and the Sundays. They love all the stuff beyond that. So it's got to be so frustrating for him to be playing like this, because this is not what he expected at all.
By the way, Graham, you look good in the final 3 holes as you pass by us there. Walking to the green. See where everybody fits.
I saw the camera too last second. I was trying to avoid it. I wanted to get up here and see what J-Day has him. He's going to have to land this short of the green, and it's obviously a little bit of guesswork.
Jeez.
I mean, this is like similar to Tommy on the, what is that, 14?
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, very similar. I can't see the ball, though. Tommy had a pretty good lie. I mean, Jason does not seem to have a great lie here.
The degree of difficulty is very high here. It's easy to just kind of leave it in this little swale short of the green here, because you don't really want to chase it all the way down to where Phil's ended up either.
Bevy of cameras for Day to play with. Almost pulled it off. It's going to roll back too. All the way down, I'm afraid, into the catch. Yep, sure did. Right up against the collar.
That's really tough.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a really, really tough shot. That's like kind of the beauty of this flag, right? It looks accessible, but it's really not. I mean, there's really no safe play. I mean, the only really safe play is actually being short of that flag more than being pin high with it. But, you know, you're not going to really do that.
I want to go back to conversation with you guys on this shot, because we see it a lot. When we see it on TV, it's played typically pretty well. But what's the first thing you're thinking about when you've got a ball in a collection area that's up against the collar, in this particular case the rough, and kind of what happens here? You know, what you have to pull off. We look at the putt line for, by the way, Fleetwood here. It's 71 feet. And away it goes, and it's got speed.
Keep going left.
What a 2-putt that could be if he knocks that in for birdie.
Really good touch there. Really good. Yeah, I mean, the number one thing when you're off the green is contact, right? Well, where's my contact? Do I have the ability to make the contact that I want, or am I going to have to use some sort of putter? Do I have to like get this thing rolling, and then where can I land it? And how, you know, what's going to happen when it hits the green? If it should hit the green, or for, you know, you just kind of going through a checklist of all the of the situation and all the things kind of in your way, right? He's even got that drain sort of maybe even in his way. But it looks like he's going. Yeah, he's right in between them.
So he's going to putt this. It looks like.
Yeah, he's actually gotten pretty fortunate. They rolled off that collar that you guys had mentioned. He's got about 3 or 4 inches behind the ball, and then a perfect little slot through these drains and sprinkler heads. Give himself that putter option, which he wouldn't have had if he was a foot either way.
Yeah, like that apron is so short, Graham. That's not. There's no grain really involved with it. So the putter is really the easiest option.
Just not going to have enough once it gets up the hill.
Yeah, that's just a bad shot, right? It's just not a good shot.
So that's for par.
Because you know he probably practiced that in the practice rounds, kind of leading up to. That's just a very popular spot, but it's just quick. All of a sudden you're putting for par from 15 feet. How quickly this whole kind of turns on you.
And I'm guessing the conditions have changed a little bit. Yesterday, you and I walked around and saw guys in collection areas with balls back up into the green area and that kind of thing, trying to measure grain and catch. And
how you want to play it.
Mickelson now from a city block away, and that is just hammered. The 7 may turn into an 8 here.
Yeah, I mean, this is testing your focus, right? And just ability to kind of hang in there right now when you know the tournament's over. Yeah, I mean, you're just trying to get it in, sign your card, and get out of here.
And this is for the double. Finish while I'm hot is what Mickelson says. That is an 8. He's now 9 over. Meanwhile, Jason Day for par.
I mean, just how quickly, it's the beauty of this hole, right? How quickly it can turn on you. So that bad approach shot to where that flag is, there's really no safe play, right? There's nowhere to kind of think, hey, this is the smart option. It's kind of all or nothing. This feels huge, just for almost like the whole tournament, which is being dramatic, but right now, man, this feels like it is everything.
And missed it to the right.
Boy, he hasn't made anything today. I mean, just nothing.
It's a bogey for Day after 3 straight pars to go back to 2 over. And Tommy Fleetwood, who is 5 back here, has this for par, or birdie rather, to cut it to 4 back. He's at even. This would be his 4th birdie of the day. He made 3 in a row on his first 9 holes.
He's just got to feel like he's been waiting on everybody this entire hole here.
Yep. Knocks it in. Nice birdie for Fleetwood, about a 5-footer.
That's a really good 2-putt. I mean, that's really good.
Oh yeah. The first one was what, 71 feet or something like that?
Over a massive mound.
Yep.
I mean, it is incredible, actually.
So he makes the birdie. Now we go to the 8th. And this is 346 on the card. 342 today to a pin placement Hunter that's 7 on and 8 from the left.
Yeah, it's right on the front. There's a little backstop to that flag. So guys, they've got a ton of options on this hole. They want to lay up to their favorite yardage. They just want to rip driver up there. All those options are in play. That pin is very, very accessible. Saw some guys hitting it at 30, 40 yards short of the green in the practice rounds. Some guys laid back a little bit, wanted to get to about 60, 70 yards where they can control the spin a little bit more. But you know, you can see the target, see the green way down there.
So here is Fleetwood off his 4th birdie of the day.
It's a big
Yeah, he's got driver out, and something kind of halfway between that big tall tree and the pin is ideal. He doesn't have the power to get it all the way there, but very accessible pin today. That's exactly where he's headed. This is a beauty.
Just found that driver rhythm again after that bad shot on 2, but that's perfect. Still hit on the downslope and got about 2 yards of roll on that one.
Well, it's a little over 330 to the front edge, so I mean, it takes a big hit, but Jason, I don't think he can quite get there. Something in that little apron short of the green.
Yeah, it's pretty tough today. I mean, there's just no bounce to the ball. but with his wedge game, he knows that anything inside 50 yards, he's going to have a great chance, great look for birdie.
Just start up the left side and bleeding right towards the front left part of the green.
Go, Jason. Yeah, really good shot.
Here is Mickelson now. Boy, you see the winds picked up nicely. It's supposed to be toward the 20s in a gust tomorrow and Saturday, by the way.
This thing hammered at that tree. High cut.
So everybody in the fairway here at 8. Mickelson off a big number at the 7th. But Tommy Fleetwood's gone back in red as he plays the 8th.
Wanamaker Weight Challenge. The Wanamaker Trophy weighs 32 pounds. What weighs more? The Wanamaker Trophy, or this is a perfect one for you, an average 2-year-old child.
Yeah, the Wanamaker Trophy is heavier than an average 2-year-old child. It's not heavier than my 2-year-old child, but I would say it's heavier than an average 2-year-old child.
That's a weird one. The Wanamaker. I held an average 2-year-old. I've never held the Wanamaker, but like, I feel like the Wanamaker looks more difficult to lift.
What weighs more, the Wanamaker Trophy or an empty keg of beer?
I'm gonna say an empty keg of beer.
That is incorrect.
That's a trap question.
You're still a good guy though.
Say Wanamaker.
That is correct.
Felt both those two.
Count on Koepka to, even things up there, right? Just
no one's surprised by that answer.
Not at all, right? Not at all. By the way, he's got to be a little happier. Dave Farr, Panthers winners last night.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Brooks is into it. We're here at the 8th. You see the big drives. Nobody really tried to step on the gas. They hit driver, but nobody really gunned it to try and see if they could get it. But to your point, this thing's playing still kind of damp.
Yeah, it
Hard
plays
to
a
get
little
it there,
uphill
right?
too. You
Yeah.
know, the shot plays about 5 yards up. I think the wind's, like you said, starting to pick up just a little bit.
Tricky little shot because of how soft it is, but he's hit that really clean.
55 yards, and it dances right there.
That's so good.
For Tommy Fleetwood. Jason Day, a couple steps ahead.
Yeah, this is one of the low parts of the golf course, and it's really mushy down here.
I can imagine. Is it 4.5 inches of rain, right? Since last Friday?
Since Friday, yeah.
Place has been soaked.
He's hit that heavy. So easy to do.
Well, the right hand came off again, Graham.
Yeah, that his shot is actually pretty elevated from kind of where they are, so it's just kind of natural to kind of try to lift it up a little bit.
Hunter, if you're at 9 over and it's a par 71, are you thinking about that right now if you're Phil?
Oh man, maybe, probably.
Yeah, he used his bounce so good on that shot. I mean, he hit a little bit behind it, but unreal.
Mickelson from about 42 yards almost jarred it.
Yeah, he's going to be back within the number after this, so that's good.
How about this? Clip. Doom, doom.
I mean, there's so much skill in that. I mean, that's just. Whenever you hear like amateurs talk about if they can, what would they shoot on that golf course? Well, I know no amateur can hit that shot. That's just a fact. They would hit it about 15 feet, probably chunk it, or they'd try to putt it up there.
Why you want to talk about my game?
It's not personal. It's just facts. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not counting for the people that bang it off the blue wall.
Yeah, I mean, that's an option. It's there.
Now Jason Day tries to chase it up in the shadows, and that'll be, you know, that'd be good all around if I was playing with you fellas.
Oh yeah,
just
let's
pick it up,
let's go. Yeah,
pick
all
it up,
those are
let's
good.
go. Yeah, those are all good.
Yeah, these.
We'd make Dillette putt, right?
No,
everybody would make me putt those.
Oh my goodness. Fleetwood's going to be first here. Tommy trying to move to within 3 of the lead here, guys.
He's kind of sneaky, just hung in there. He got off to that great start, and then he had that little, he just kind of got off the rails there for a little bit in the middle, but fighting back.
Yep. And Graham, I'll go back to what Hunter said at the top today. This is a ball striker. This is a guy who continually strikes the ball, makes great contact, puts himself in play.
And he did that really well today. It just came down to like one bad drive.
He missed it. 5.5 foot miss on the birdie.
You know, he had a little bad luck on 3 where his ball got pinned up right up against that thicker rough, and it flipped his club. So he's not far away from shooting 400 or 500 today. But man, you got to make those short birdie putts like the one he just missed.
Yep. So he's had remember he missed a 10-foot par putt at 17.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And that off a really good approach, went over the green, pretty simple shot, ended up making boat. You know, he's sort of just given a lot of some holes away here. 1 under feels like that's the worst he could have been today, as well as he's hit it.
And not to mention the first 2 holes were the 10th, his first, he left it on the rim.
Yeah.
Here's Mickelson for birdie. That'll make you feel a little better.
Yeah, Tommy has left a lot on the golf course today. A lot.
Second birdie of the day for Phil. Takes him back to 8 over. And Day cleans up the par. Nicely done there. So let's take you to the big picture here. We'll go to the big screen. Sometimes at home you can get 4 channels going at once. We got 5 for you here. You see the Green Mile, bottom right, and then Rahm, Cantlay, and Fitzpatrick. And then middle of the screen, Schauffele and Scheffler both made doubles, by the way, at 16 today.
Oh yeah, they hit it in the soup, didn't they?
And you see Koepka and Lowry in that other group with Ricky Fowler. And now to the 9th. 531 today. It's been added on to 25 yards since 2017. This is all you want, isn't it?
Yeah, this is that bunker. I mean, you used to sort of be able to kind of carry that bunker. You kind of carry those trees. There's a group of trees on the left side that you just rip it over and cut a lot off of that hole. Now your bunker is almost not even reachable. It's 330. Even plays uphill a little bit. So this hole got a lot simpler, but it also got a lot tougher. I mean, only one birdie today. It's going to be, and the pin's in the back. It's 28 deep out of 37, back kind of right corner. Just a par hole. This is a big beast today.
That ball is fired away by Mickelson. Phil going to get ready for lunch.
Yeah.
And bangs it right into the center of the fairway.
Yeah. Phil actually, you know, hit the driver okay today. Got to double check.
Well, these tees are up at the very front of this back box, so that bunker on the right, probably about 300 or so to it, down off the left. This is started up the left side. He's going to need a break.
There's another one. Fleetwood in the fairway. By the way, the only birdie here at 9 today belongs to Davis Thompson. Jason Day is 2 over. Bogeys at 3 and 7. Here on this second 9 for him.
This on a pretty good line as well, right near where Phil ended up.
And we got 3 balls in the fairway here at 9. And we'll step aside. Second shot's coming on the long par 4 as we finish up our morning round here on Feature Groups.
The course doesn't move. The opponent does, ahead, behind, around the course, up and down the leaderboard. Both are the enemy. Not either or, yes and. To win a major, you'll have to beat the course and your fellow competitors.
Always great to have the voice of Wright Thompson here with us at the PGA Championship. You see these tee shots at the 9th. This is the last hole of the day for Tommy Fleetwood, Jason Day, and Phil Mickelson. Man, this is a long golf hole for a par 4 too, Hunter. I mean, my heavens, you look at the number here. 530 is the number. They're playing it at 31 today. It's the longest par 4 at any PGA in the last 25 years.
530-yard par 4.
Yeah.
Slightly uphill. Soaked fairways that don't roll out, so no biggie.
I'll tell you what, it does bring you to the conversation that, you know, took some of the storyline from Tuesday here about the rollback and the technology and the ball and everything else, doesn't it? When you see this kind of hole in a par 4 in a major championship.
Well, this course has been preparing for this. Course is made for high level golf, Presidents Cup, PGA Championships, and they have the tournament every single year. They're always thinking about where the game is going from a technology perspective, from the ball to the drivers and everything, and they're trying to keep up with that. And they want to provide the best test that they can to these players, and distance is a huge part of that now.
Yeah. Jason Day going through the book with Luke Reardon, his caddy. Jason, who lives in Northeast Ohio, 37 years of age, of course, came to the United States from Australia.
Luckily, this green is pretty simple. There's not a whole lot to the green. It's got a little back to front slope, but this pin is, you know, you're really just, your caddies are circling the middle of the green, and that's kind of where you're going. You don't really want to hit this over. Over is no good. So whatever that middle of the green distance is, and what do you expect it to run out? That's kind of where your focus is.
Tommy is first to go here. He's got 229. This pin's on 28, so 200-ish front edge, and probably just needs to land this about 5 or 6 on.
Looks like he's just gonna.
It's a 4-iron.
Got to turn it over just a little bit to hit the middle of the green. Asking for it to go. Hit, got
Is
a
it gonna hold?
Forward bounce. Trickling off the front.
That was actually a 6-iron there.
Wow.
I think he was just trying to get maybe that 205 number type of thing. So Jason's facing the same thing. He's got 1 yard more by my math, 230. Call it 202 front edge.
Looks like the wind's out on the left. Slightly hurting.
That did not sound good, and it's going left.
It's going to be on the left collar.
Phil just a couple steps closer. 225 is his number. This hit high, but at the left bunker.
And it's over that to the back. And it's not even a foot off the green. Back left corner for Mickelson. So looks at birdie for Fleetwood and Phil when we come back.
Well, just eyeballing it, but that seems like it'll hold about 17,213 Miller High Lifes.
Champagne of beers. Here we are at the 9th, the 18th for our threesome this morning. The only birdie belongs to Davis Thompson. 26 pars, 24 bogeys or more.
Yeah.
Hunter Mahan. Mickelson's got 43 feet. Fleetwood is a mile away. Jason Day's a little further than that.
Yeah, we're in no threat to add to the birdie total on this right now. This is just a beast of a hole. These guys probably haven't hit so many 4 and 5 irons in a long time.
This is a slightly awkward lie here for J Day. Probably needs to get a little bit steeper than he normally does. That ball's kind of up against the collar. This thing's gonna go left to right pretty much the whole way.
Takes it up left to the hole, and boy, it's getting a nice run out.
Yeah, solid. So good at those.
Fleetwood going to be next. Is he putting this? Graham, has he got putter in hand?
He does have putter in hand. I mean, his ball is only about an inch off the green.
Okay.
Should go a little bit left early and then pretty straight maybe the rest of the way. It's all about pace, obviously, on a putt this long.
Fleetwood backs off as he hears the announcements. And you hear Ludwig Oberg, I think, being announced. Is that right?
No.
No, that can't be that. That's no chance. Here's Fleetwood from a mile away.
Yeah, not too bad. It was Lucas Glover off the first there, guys.
Thank you, Lucas Glover. Oberg Glover, right? Come on, Hunter.
Yeah. I didn't know Glover was Swedish. I didn't know he had that Swedish ancestry.
No, he's clearly not Swedish.
Glover.
Glover spent some time in this area. So here's Phil.
Yeah, and the first half of this putt is lightning fast, and then it kind of levels out here the last half.
Mickelson will leave that short. And down the hill, just past for par. Three pretty good efforts from distance, right? Especially Fleetwood and Day.
Yeah, that's what this green is. This is one of the more simple greens on this golf course. There's really not too much to do it, so that's what helps on this hole. It's just such a monster at 530. It does give you a little reprieve around the greens. This will make lunch taste a little bit better. Just rolling this in. There's nothing worse than bogeying the last hole of the day.
Jason Day for par. And 73. $37, $36, $73. And +2. This is Tommy Fleetwood. for a 70. And one that he's going to have to. Lunch will be an interesting conversation of self-reflection, won't it? I mean, this could be so much. This could have been 5.
Yeah, this was. Yeah, I mean, this was a disappointing 1 under at a major, only being 4 off the lead. I think he's going to know he's got a lot left in the tank and a lot of good golf ahead of him.
You bet.
I mean, there was a lot of good stuff out there today. It's one of those days you got to take a breath and realize, hey, it's a lot better. We got another great chance tomorrow. There's no wasting. Let's not waste our time on the range.
Mickelson rolls in par. And Phil is going to shoot 79. A 40-39, if you will, for his 79. And 8 over is where he will go to bed tonight. Tommy Fleetwood finishes at 1 under 70 and really missed 2 chances early and then went on a 3 birdie tear. 13, 14, and 15. The preamble to the Green Mile is where he had his best success today, huh?
Yeah, I mean, he started out middle of the fairway, greens, just peppering the flag, had great control. The 6 iron he hit in the air was just awesome. The ball didn't roll 2 feet. Perfect putt, rolled it right in there.
Uphill 10-footer, right? Then at 14, I mean, you don't realize how good the chip shot was until he makes the birdie putt.
Unbelievable, yeah, and rolls it in.
And then he made simple work of the par 5.
2 perfect shots, short right of the green, got right next to that apron to just 2-putt it up. Basically, it made a nice 4.
And then this is the 10-footer for par at 17 that kind of slides by, and that's a little bit of a start of a 5-hole wobble.
Hit a great approach in there. It's just kind of like the wrong club. It just went too far. Terrible chip, and then just missed that putt. All of a sudden, it started to bleed into this putt. Bad tee shot, but then got a good escape. Great shot. Just missed the putt. This is not a great pitch shot here. Left himself 10 feet. Misread. Never got it inside the hole.
And then at the 7th, he comes back with the birdie. Terrific putt from 71 feet to leave this.
Great shot there. Great up and down on 6. We didn't see, but that kind of, I think that kept him on course. 2 good shots there. Great 2 putts with the birdie, and then great up and down on 9.
All right, here's a full look at the leaderboard as we stand at the conclusion of the morning wave, if you will. Pair of guys at 5 under. 3 more at 4 under, including Ryan Fox, Luke Donald, Alex Smalley. Handful of group at 3, including Keegan Bradley and JT Poston, Alex Noren. And then we start moving down into the 2s and 1s, and there's Fleetwood 15. I mean, you're not out of reach by any stretch.
No, this is really for the big names that are playing this morning. This is a kind of a shocking leaderboard, actually, for the first 14 guys. You don't see any of the guys that you expected at all. So Tommy Fleetwood looking up that leaderboard, seeing who's in front of him, seeing where everyone's sitting. I think he feels great about what he did today and what he can do tomorrow.
Keith Mitchell getting underway. Scotty Scheffler, you see even with the Green Mile to go. Actually, the front side, 7, 8, and 9, the last 3 holes. Thorben Olsen, even par. Denny McCarthy was a guy people thought could be a threat here this week. Seamus Powers, Eric Cole, Bud Cauley, Harris English toward the bottom. You see the Corbridge Financial PGA team. Bob Swords, Michael Cartrude in the mix there. Even par. We'll step aside here at Quail Hollow. PM feature groups still to come this afternoon from the PGA Championship.
Welcome back. We are here at the PGA headquarters in Frisco, and I'm with my friend Joe Hallett, who is going to be taking over for me this afternoon on our featured group channels. And we were just talking about how a lot of these guys go to the range after they play. You know, Rory didn't hit his driver very well, so I'm sure he's going to be heading to the range to work on that. But even if players hit it well, Joe, you know, you work with some tour players yourself. They're going to go to the range still. So how might they be like resetting, and what are they working on post-round to kind of cool?
If there's a difference between, you start looking at the things that the competitive juniors and the competitive golfers get to, and it's like a cool down. What is a cool down? Well, we can obviously see from some of the players, they really need to cool down because that driver has been putting them under some stress. But even when they play good, they're going back, they're hitting some shots, and they're going, okay, this key, these are my keys, this is my pre-shot routine, something you talked about.
Yeah.
They're just bringing their body back down to exactly where they started the day, so they don't kind of go off on this high if they've played good and they got all this adrenaline. They're literally, their day starts, they work up into playing, they play, and then they come right back down. So it's kind of it's the circle of golf, if that's what you want to call it.
Yeah, so maybe they're, you know, finding balance. They might be just kind of finding great contact again. You know, they hit it so great on where their swing is like perfect most of the time. But just kind of recentering, getting refocused for tomorrow, maybe working on their pre-shot routine.
Yeah, it's literally calming down, cooling down, and good players, they'll look and they go, I got this.
Yeah.
I've got this. It was off a little bit on the course. I know what I'm doing. And I have to throw something back your way. It was so cool. I hope everyone was watching this morning because you had some great ideas, some great tips. You did fairway bunker, you did punt shots, you did some other struggle shots, and I thought you were specifically talking to me in my game because I can use some help on those.
No, I'm sure your game is just fine, Joe. But everyone is going to have a great time with Joe this afternoon. We're going to hear lots of great insight on our afternoon featured groups. So we are looking forward to that.
Golf's beauty, its place in nature, the fluidity of a swing is a calming presence. On the outside. But inside the mines, inside the ropes, it's a complex numbers game, a mathematical equation the pros are constantly trying to solve.
Numbers define my whole game. I use numbers in every situation, whether it's putting, chipping, driving, iron play, off downhill slopes, uphill slopes.
The higher pressure creates an application of force upward, which makes the ball have lift.
Science helps. The more you kind of think like a scientist, you try to problem solve in a logical way.
I have a guy on my team who just does stats. If I can make 2 or 3 decisions a week that help me a tenth or a couple tenths of a shot, it can add up.
I love looking at the numbers. To me, that gives me the answer as to what I need to do to get better.
At certain times you can be have 5 or 6 numbers in your head, and so it can be pretty confusing.
Golf is best played with freedom, freedom of movement and mind, steeled by preparation. These days, preparation is a number and then another. So that begs the question, at what point does it become paralysis by analysis?
It's certainly possible to overcomplicate things in your mind. There's a point where you could get a little bit too drawn into those numbers.
Vertical factor, total distance is carry distance over carry plus roll. Average dispersion is. Can I even stop a 6 before the water?
As far as the statistical numbers, I'm looking at ball speed, I'm looking at club head speed, looking at spin rate a lot. That's a big one. If I have an 8-iron with a 8-knot wind, if I draw it, it'll affect it 12 yards. If I cut it, it'll affect it 26 yards.
1 yard can mean a ball in the water on 15 at Augusta to tap an eagle.
You can improve by just understanding the math and physics of what you're doing.
There's essentially a formula to become the best player in the world.
You get some guys like Bryson that are talking about completely different stuff.
How much wind's into us, how much is the ball going to bounce and roll out. You have to look at it and be very diligent.
I mean, I could give you 35 different stats numbers, but they're all going to lead to the same place at the end of the day.
Thinking too much. It's a little white ball that doesn't even move. Come on, Marty, you're an athlete. Just hit the ball at the hole. I never was good at math.